And we are live here on Plus One EXP's Roll for Content channel. If you're a normal viewer, you'll notice that I figured out what wasn't working about my sound. It was a weird Google Chrome update that added some junk code that artificially lowers the volume of your mic. If you're not, none of that makes any sense. Welcome to Plus One EXP's Roll for Content channel. My name is Tony Vicinda. I'm Chief Alchemist here at Plus One EXP, which is a weird little brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard and skincare alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. Our hope and desire here at Plus One is to help amazing designers find great players who love their games, and amazing players find great designers whose games they can love. We do that in a lot of different ways, but the most fun way is sitting down with those designers to play those games. And tonight, that is exactly what we are doing as we sit down to play Planet Fist with Jess. Jess, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, and a little bit about the game we're about to play?
Hi, I am Jess Levine, otherwise known as Jess from Online. I make games. I make lots of games. I have the High Ground, which is a two-player dueling game of banter, posturing, and capes. I made Going Rogue, which actually has appeared on Plus One EXP before. It was very fun to play here. And that actually recently won an award, the Best GMless Game of the Year from the Quid Awards, which was nice. But today is not about either of those games. Today is about Planet Fist. Today is hell. Today is about a group of soldiers who die over and over and over again, and that's no problem except for in their brains and minds and emotions. Because on this planet, all soldiers are nanoclones. All soldiers are made from little itty-bitty machines called nanos and get sent to die repeatedly in a never-ending forever war between three absolutely terrible factions of various kinds, which we will explore in play. All the mechanics at Planet Fist is a Powered by the Apocalypse game. For those who aren't familiar, it's a structure where usually it's based on Apocalypse World, and play takes the form of a conversation. You roll 2d6. If it's above 10, good things happen. If it's below 7, bad things happen. 7 to 9, a little bit of both. This is a really strange take on Powered by the Apocalypse, though, and I'll mostly demonstrate in play. We'll just sort of get into it, and you'll see as we go. But this is like, I call it a narrative war game. So it is a game about shooting, but it's also a game about what happens when you shoot and it doesn't really matter. What if you're going to be at war forever and you die and that doesn't have consequences? What does that do to your team dynamic? What does that do to you? And sort of the goofy, silly stories that come out of that. Think Starship Troopers, think Battlefield Bad Company, and most of all, think PlanetSide 2 if you've played it, because as you will see, I have ripped pretty hard. Anyway, that's Planet Fist in a nutshell. You'll see it more in play. But Tony, do we want to go around, just have everybody say real briefly who they are?
Yeah, I think that'd be great. I think before that, I think I'd love to leave it on the testimonials off the site, which is Planet Fist is a quick-to-learn and quick-to-play system for characters thrown into FPS-style death matches on a world that knows nothing but war. It's a game of high emotions, low-consequence combat for when you're wondering what the Infinite Master Chiefs are thinking during Halo multiplayer. Planet Fist is war never changes, said with some the same inflection as it's all made up and the points don't matter, by Caleb Zane Hewitt, designer of
Whoever
Triangle
wrote that is
Agency.
so smart.
Yeah,
That is so cool.
let's go ahead and start introductions. Caleb, why don't you go first? Tell people who you are, what you do, where people can find you online. If you're excited about tonight, throw any of that out.
I'm definitely excited about tonight for sure. I can do that one up top. My name is Caleb Zane Hewitt. I am a writer of blurbs primarily, it would seem. I am the designer of Triangle Agency, a game made by a new studio called Haunted Table Games, the lead designer, and which you can look at and pre-order right now at preorder.hauntedtable.games, a paranormal investigation and corporate horror game. I love to play. I like to design as well, and I got to participate in the playtesting of this game. Loved it, absolutely, and I'm so excited to be here now.
Awesome. Let's keep on going up from there. Tommy, why don't you go next?
Hi, I'm Tommy. I'm the opposite of all of that. I just play games, and that's about it. I drift from group to group. This is one of, maybe I can probably count on one hand the amount of tabletop experiences that I've had. So I'm really happy to be here. Extremely excited about trying this game out specifically because I was in its very first playtest the night that it was sort of like brought together. And now I'm playing it for the second time the night that it gets released. So this is going to be a great before and after for me.
Love it. Super excited. Jackie, why don't you introduce yourself next?
Hi, I'm Jackie Prince. I am the project lead at Living Metal Games. You can find me at Aether_Crucible on whatever Twitter wants to call itself these days. I first played this game many moons ago and in its earlier playtest, and as somebody who mostly plays crunchy and tactical games and doesn't really play in a lot of narrative games, this game I absolutely fell in love with. It is honestly the stepping stone to just good narrative gameplay, and I absolutely love it.
Awesome. We've got some other playtest alpha members in the chat apparently also too. If you're out there watching, if you've played the game, if you're excited about the game, if you're learning about the game for the first time, let us know where you're watching from. Go ahead and say hello. And if you're watching with a cool group of people, you could tell us that in the chat also. If there's any cool groups of people out there watching this. Sada, why don't you go next?
Yeah, for sure. Hi, I'm Sada. If you see me sort of like looking strangely at like an object you can't see, I'm at a cottage right now for a bachelorette weekend, and there's a mosquito. There's a mosquito that I cannot get. You might have actually seen me successfully get it and then release it because I didn't want to kill it. So I don't know what my goal is if I get it, but I would like to get it. So, oh my God. Okay, so that's where I'm at. That's sort of the energy I'm bringing in. Yeah, I've made some games. Usually sort of a cyberpunk thing. I've also had my fingers in Planet Fist a bit with editing and doing some weird spreadsheet magic stuff to create a sort of character sheet for it for digital play assets and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that's me.
The character keeper you made is super top notch. If you had told me you were making character keepers for forever, I would have believed you. And I appreciate you telling everybody, no, I just figured this out, and here's everything I learned along the way in the +1 Discord. So it's absolutely gorgeous and a super huge help to online play. So glad to have you with us. Before we talk about safety tools and dive in, a couple of things that we have coming up tomorrow at noon. We're playing Outsourced with Christian Sorrell, Meat Castle Gameware, and Marco from Spicy Tuna over on Twitter. Very excited to play this Mothership 1E adventure. Still looking for another player because a lot of our team is tied up. So if you're a cool person, DM me, I'll vet your credentials, but we are looking for one more player. And then Monstrous is a new system agnostic tool set coming out by Kyle Latino. We're going to play a session of Down We Go using it next weekend, but we're going to sit down and do the prep work live on stream that Kyle's going to use the Monstrous resource. It's a gorgeous art book and system agnostic bestiary concept coming to Kickstarter soon. And then last but not least, if you haven't checked out Zine Club yet, head on over to RPG Zine Club, rpgzine.club. Check it out. It's a new upcoming project we have to support small creators and help them sidestep crowdfunding and get their games straight into print and to you every month. But before you do any of that, or while you do any of that, we're going to talk a little bit about safety. We went ahead and pre-populated a safety checklist before the stream. Normally we talk about it where you are using lines, veils, the X card, and we always have an open door policy here on the stream. Lines are things that may not happen in the game that we are playing. They are off limits. Even if they happen in the world of the game, they don't happen while we are playing it. Veils are things that may only get mentioned and we fade to black, only addressed within a certain context. They're things that we treat with kind of a light touch as we encounter them. And the X card is a tool that lets us pause the game at any point in time by saying or typing X, identifying what the issue is. No explanation for why you don't like it is necessary, though. We'll move it out, put something else in its place, and move forward in a different direction. We may update our lines and veils when we do that as well. Jess, do you want to talk about the lines and veils that we have set up already?
Yeah, I think most of them are things that are fairly common. We've added just a couple extra that I'd say aren't common in every table, which is violence against pet or wild animals is a line. Let's see, just spiders is a line, alcoholism is a line, and then there is one that I want to discuss that is not actually on this list, but I thought would be better to discuss live. Almost every Planet Fist playtest before I put this in the rules, someone brought this up, which is, how do we feel about gore? This is a game where you can die a lot, where everyone will die a lot. The usual level of gore that I play things at, but is not only thing I've done, is I call it like Team Fortress 2 or Quake style gibbing as a touchstone, but with no blood. And so like something blows up and someone scatters into a million pieces, but it's just like little wireframe chunks flashing on like bloodless pieces of their body and they'll rolling until it dissolves into a cloud of spent nanos. That's my sort of default level. If people want to go like splatterpunk, we can go there. I actually did that on a role-playing public radio actual play. And also if you're like, I don't want to hear about body chunks, we can not do that. And so does anyone have a particular feeling on that? I'm going to say sort of, we'll set the default at what I described with bloodless giving, and then we can take it up or down if people feel a certain way. If you're feeling good about that, just give me a thumbs up and we'll stay there. Great, perfect, okay. Limited to bloodless chunks. Great quotes already.
The last thing for our audience to know is that if a player needs to get up, move away from the screen, take care of real life issues, that's a normal thing because we're all normal-ish human beings. If you need to take care of yourself while you're watching the stream, please do. We will do the same while playing. We may call a break during that time, but if just one person needs to do something, they're free to get up and go take care of it also too. But that's all of our safety stuff that we need to cover before the game. But Jess, I'm going to hand things over to you to take us to Planet Fist.
Wonderful. Welcome to Sixaura. Sixaura, as I said, is a planet ruled by 3 factions. We've already chosen the one which we will belong to, but the 3 factions are the New Committee, which are like corporate libertarian nonsense assholes. They're all going to be nonsense assholes, to be like that's sort of the deal. And it's about what about being a little guy who's literally been manufactured to work for the nonsense assholes. So we've got the corporate libertarian New Committee. We've got the Tyrat Council, who are the like orthodox fascists, and then we've got the Velian Ascendancy, who are the like techno supremacist. Don't worry, just let us modify your body and maybe upload you all into an AI. That's totally fine. We promise we want the best for everyone. And so our lovely players have already picked out the Velian Ascendancy as the people. How shall we say it? Employing would be a generous word. Employing you, and from there. The very first thing we're going to do is pick out a faction trait. We start by creating characters together because Planet Fist character creation is collaborative. You bounce ideas off of each other. Some things you actually come up with story that connects you during character creation. And you can do it really fast if you want, because a bunch of the options have random options. So if you want to grab dice and roll for some of these things, you are very welcome to. But the first thing is faction traits. Anyone who happens to have grabbed the book and wants to be following along, we are going to be on page 29 for Velian Ascendancy faction traits, and there's 6 of them. So either roll a die or pick one out that sounds good and put it in the spreadsheet.
And you might be thinking, where can I find this book? You go to ttrpg.link/planetfistgame. It's also linked at the top of the Twitch chat. It'll take you right over to the itch page.
Okay, we've already got some metal plates on Jackie. Love that. Metallo skin. Bones are for the weak.
Of course. I've had bones all my life. I hate it.
Yes. Oh wait, that's my description for knuckle blades. We'll probably end up with someone with those bones.
I did in fact roll a 2, so it's looking like I have bones are for the weak. Knuckle blades.
Bones are for the weak. Wolverine claws, except you don't have a healing factor. So they do in fact hurt you.
Every time.
Every time. Okay, what else do we get?
So it's been taken
Also,
so far. Knuckle blades and metal skin. Okay.
Another thing that I really recommend when you're playing, I say in the book that anytime you are asked to roll on a table, you are explicitly allowed to roll twice and take the one you like better. Because I really think like semi-random feels so good for me as a player, and I really want players to be able to free to be like, I'm going to be directed by the dice, but I'm also not going to let them tell me everything to do. So
yeah, because a dice will always confirm whether or not you want the thing, but it's not necessarily the thing itself that you want. I have emergency stockpile authorization.
So we are picking only from the Velian Ascendancy.
Oh,
trait.
how do I make sure that that's what my list is pulling from?
I think I'm going to do mech hands.
Oh, sorry. The faction trait list is all of them. It isn't delineated.
So you might want the book.
I don't have the book in front of me, and I already have 15 things on my screen. What dice am I rolling?
Well, if you're on the list
I'll tell
under
you.
the name Velian Ascendancy, the next 6 of them
Excellent.
are
A D6
ones.
on that section. That's all I needed to know. I was like, surely I can look at the thing.
That'll do
I've got
it.
a vehicular simjack.
Hell yeah. Okay,
Nice.
we found our driver.
Did you get
Nice.
them?
Someone's got mech hands, so they're really good at using their hands on Velian weaponry and equipment, and really bad at using their hands for anything else because they're built entirely for doing just that.
Yeah.
And I have just rolled the flex, or actually, no, that is a new committee.
Yes, it is. Let's
Hold
see.
it.
What was the number for that?
That was 3. Somebody already has mech hands.
The 2 that are left are the scanning suite and the auxiliary neuroprocessing unit, but I don't mind sharing mech hands.
I like the syllables in that one. I'm going to go with the auxiliary neuroprocessing unit.
Great. You have the entire history of warfare on Sixaura downloaded into your brain and constantly coming up. So you're great at tactics and get
Easy.
distracted at everything else because it does not turn off.
I'm imagining that my hands are just like a mess of wires. They like all connect directly into
Nice.
things, but they're just like a pile of noodles.
It's not even really fingers, right? It's
Yeah,
like
it's just a bunch of wires. I can a little bit move them around.
Oh, I love that. I actually had a squad during a playtest they were Wolverine squad. They just all had.
Oh, nice.
Five wielders. It was great. Okay, next up we do character traits. So now these are things that are unique about your character. This is where your attributes come from. So if you're familiar with Powered by the Apocalypse, like these are your things that you add to your 2d6 rolls, but it also gives you a unique skill and maybe a conditional bonus on certain rolls. So you can go ahead and check out the character traits. For these, it's 12 options. And so what you do is you roll 2 dice, and the first one you just take if it's even or odd, and the other one you take the number to get an option 1 to 12. And then I'll also note that I say in the book, you can count either of them as the even or odd, and the other as the number. If you want 2 options, an easy way to get 2 options is just choose which one you want to be the even odd die. Well, if you roll one that's even and one that's odd, but you know.
I rolled connected.
You rolled connected. I love connected. So
I
you've
love
got a
connected.
friend up at command.
Yes.
Not in command. Nobody knows command. Nobody knows. They don't talk to you. However, you know someone who brings them coffee or the equivalent.
Well, especially because I've got wire hands and I got connected. I'm wondering if I know a computer.
I think
That's incredible.
Yeah.
that works with something I was considering suggesting, because a later part of the book, Caleb, this wasn't in the version that you play tested. It specifically says that official sources report VA command is governed by scientists who trace their tutelage in an unbroken lineage all the way back to the scientists of the Ascendants. Rumors abound, however, that VA command is made up of the original scientists themselves, merged together into a singular, undying, and hyper-intelligent AI. So you know the computer at command,
Yes.
perhaps hints at some things that might be true about the universe, in fact.
I love that.
Okay, let's see what other
Nice.
character traits we got popping up. Because oh, and by the way, you're gonna have 2 of these.
Yeah, I got veteran and feared.
Okay.
Apparently, my character is not unlike the first time I play tested this game. I guess ultra serious. So we will
Yes.
see.
Jackie had an incredible
Comically-
character who was comically serious against the rest of us who were so goofy.
I'm excited to do it again, but this time maybe with wings. We'll see.
Okay, we've got someone with augmented synthesis project. So you're a special investment from Command who has given you upgraded nanos, lets you take extra equipment, and also they're watching you. Plucky.
I got
I
Plucky. I feel
actually
like, yeah.
re-rolled because I took Plucky last time, and I think I'm gonna swap it out. I also rolled lagging, so I'm gonna take that one, and then I believe I rolled 1v1 a couple times to the point where it was like feeling really pointed. I was like, I don't really want to do that one, and then I rolled it again. And then I was like, okay, so I'm 1v1 is 1v1ing me right now. Like it's very, very focused. But I have found knuckle blade, so legging and grunt. What I've landed
Love
on.
that.
Yeah, I'll take
Lagging,
Plucky.
you're literally like blinking out of existence sometimes. Like, I don't know, like it's almost like you were in a video game or something.
Mhm.
Tony's got
I got
flanker
pocket and flanker.
What an interesting combination.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is, but also a super enjoyable combination. So pocket meaning basically that I have I have help supporting people, but that I'm also constantly flanking, which means that I can declare that if somebody is attacking somebody else, that I am somewhere else in line of sight of that individual to try to take a shot at them and get line of sight.
Yeah, like
So
literally you can retcon the universe. You were flanking that whole time. Definitely.
Flanker is a great skill. That's
Flank-
so good.
and it feels, especially with pocket, like there is some really kind of fun synergy if I'm constantly flanking for the person that I'm pocketing for.
Ooh, I love that. Oh, Tommy took loved. I'm so glad. Everybody loves you. Everybody in your faction loves you.
Yeah, I'm sort of getting terminally online viral star sort of ideas from this one.
Yes.
Scrolling Wikipedia for all time.
Yes. I've had a streamer in maybe more than half of the Planet Fist tests I've run, like people who are like streaming with their eyes and have like a Twitch chat and all that. Someone did like on RPVR, Faye did an NPC, like TikTok NPC vote with emojis for what I do thing, but like live in the field. Anyway, we've got our character traits. Now we're gonna roll a trinket. So there is a trinket table, and again, that table's not in here. So Tony, if you need to just give me D6, so 2 numbers, you can. But this is page 33, and you've got a table of a bunch of random crap, one of which your character has on their person.
The two possibilities from what I rolled, because I didn't think about them in order, are neither of which line up at all with the character that I had started imagining. So I'm having to think about whether I'm going to reroll or not.
I would love to hear what your options were. I'm super
Well,
curious.
I rolled a 2 and a 6, so my options are loaded dice or smut magazine. Which okay, I'm leaning into smut magazine, but what it actually is like a technical manual. Like that's like
That's your smut. That's Valiant smut. That's what all Valiant smut
right.
is. That's what all
Exactly.
Valiant
I've got a really detailed technical manual.
It's
Yeah,
all
they-
exploder view, and so
Mhm.
Just like the rule book.
um,
This rule book is actually banned in the Valiant Ascendancy.
Right, exactly.
You can see.
I got. Are we doing? Is this the same thing? Even and then the number? Is that what we're looking for? Even odds.
Just
Or
two
even?
numbers this time.
Both. It's an actual full D66 table. It is 33 then.
33. You've got stolen officers dog tags.
Nice.
That is also what you can't see. I rolled 3 and a 3.
Everybody's hunting down those officers.
Yeah, who have we stolen them from?
What have we
So
done
good.
it for? Pranking your own officers? Other people's officers? We'll have to find out. What else we got? Jackie and Tommy? And you can throw it in your inventory.
Oh,
Uh,
okay, yeah, that's another equipment.
on like
Yeah,
33.
I just rolled a 5 and a 1.
Okay, 5 and a 1. So that's going to get you either a blank notebook or rare chewing gum.
Ooh. Chewing gum. Oh,
Oh, you're loved. You got the hookup.
I think I'm going rare chewing gum.
Great, excellent.
I think it makes sense.
And we got to know. We got to know what flavor of rare chewing gum is this?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Is it a recognizable human flavor?
Yeah, well now I'm wondering if there's something about the composition of my brain that allows me to taste the gum.
Oh,
Like most everyone else.
Yeah, it's the rarest because only I can taste it.
It's a project. It's been designed for great. Yes.
oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That is amazing. I have a personal journal, is what I ended up getting, and I have some in-game plans for it, we'll say, but I'm gonna hold on to that for now.
Great. Okay, so now we create a commanding officer. And that one's on me because this is the person who is basically you don't talk to command. Nobody talks to command except your commanding officer. They're sort of the indirectly responsible. And whether or not you have a good relationship with them can really affect, how you get jobs, how you get treated. And I'm gonna roll 1d6 on each of these tables to get some possible adjectives. So they could be an apathetic tactician, a spiteful empath. I'm going to give us 2 more. An informal tactician or a spiteful hotshot. Any of those calling out to people? So we've got.
Say them one more time.
What's that?
So, can you say them again?
Yes, we've got apathetic tactician, a spiteful empath, an informal tactician or a spiteful hotshot.
It's got to be spiteful empath, right?
Yeah,
it's
that's
literally
so
like,
powerful.
Yeah,
I know
it's
how
too
you
strong.
feel. I know that you feel bad, and I love that.
I love it. I'm using it now.
I have an idea how I'm going to play this. Okay, so we've got our spiteful empath. We need a name for our spiteful empath. Let's see. We've sort of established that our squad. I'm going to come back on name while you all are working on the next few steps, and I will have a name for you.
We can also ask chat for a name for this spiteful empath if you want. We don't have to, but if you want some
Absolutely.
suggestions, we can source some.
Some of my previous CO names have been General Can D-Bar, like a German DE name, Can D-Bar. Marv V Capcom, Colonel Capcom.
That one completely blindsided me. I was like, whoa.
Can't remember my other ones, but there's been some good stuff there. But yeah, chat, go ahead. If you want to toss in some names, I will absolutely consider them while we go on. And assign officers. So because we're a squad of 5, there's 3 officer positions: the squad leader, tactical officer, and logistics officer. What we're going to do is we're going to sort ourselves by tactical bonus, which is calculated from your character traits. And each of you will be asked if you will accept the highest current officer position. There's basically a mini game here. You cannot choose not to be an officer. You can just say, I don't want that position. If we get to the end and we have not had someone accept all 3 officer positions, which has happened, we go into field assignment. Some of you are being made officers, whether you want to or not, and there's a whole mini game for who gets assigned to be those officer roles. But maybe they'll fill up. Maybe you all are leadership material and know it. So, sorting by tactical bonus, let's see who's got our highest tactical bonus. Okay, Tony, are you our squad leader? Would you like to be squad leader?
I do not want to be squad leader.
Tony, you're not the squad leader. This is more narrative than anything else. It does affect every different type of person, including non-officers. A reroll of a certain attribute once per, or a certain condition once per game. Mainly it's narrative. So Tony's not our squad leader. Next up in tactical bonus, that was 2. We go down to 1. I think that's Tommy. Tommy, do you want to be our squad leader?
Do it. I think it makes sense. I think I'm going squad leader.
Yeah. Literally manufactured for it.
Yep.
Okay, so go ahead and you can select under assignment on your character sheet. Put squad leader. You're in charge of these assholes. And you can roll etiquette once a time. Tactical officer. Let's see. I think we all are at 0s. No, we have 1, -1. So Jackie and Caleb. Jackie, we'll have you go first. Are you our tactical officer?
I can be our tactical officer.
Okay.
I think that feels about right. I will warn you, tactics aren't my strong point, but that's not how you get an officer position.
So, Beard veteran tactical officer, good. You can reroll attack roll once a game, and then it goes to Caleb. Do you want to be our logistics officer in charge of getting the logistics in place, making sure people can reassemble where they need to be?
I think I'm looking at Sada's character choices too, and it seems like it makes more sense for it to be me.
Hey,
Yeah.
we can also just go to field assignment. Hey,
No, I'm happy to do it. I will be a logistics officer.
Great. So we
I'm
have
ready.
3 officers. We do not need to go to field assignment. I'll leave that as a surprise at home for everybody else. Hewitt Werwen. Yes, you're a suggestion from the chat for your CEO's name is Hewitt Werwen. Our spiteful empath. That's definitely our commanding officer now. Speaking of, we got to settle on a rank for everyone. That's our next step. Here's my most indulgent mechanic. It has absolutely 0 mechanical value and has a pretty complicated like dice procedure for how you assign rank because I think it sounds sick as hell. It's on page 35 if you're following along. We got like a 6 little overlapping bar chart. The mechanic makes sure that everyone has a rank within a certain range, but it's not completely exclusive. It's based on what your commanding officer is, that you're within a certain range of them. And so the possibilities expand outward as you go down the chain. So first we settle our CO. So I will roll 1d6 for our CO. I got a 4, which means we have Lieutenant Colonel Werwen is your commanding officer. Seems to be somewhat confused. Okay. And then our squad leader, that's going to be Tommy, will also go ahead and roll a 1d6. So basically this 4 goes in the pool. If it was less than 4, I would have switched it to a 4, but it's a 4. And Tommy, you roll 1d6 and add it. So what'd you get?
I just got a 2.
You got a 2. So that's a total of 6. And we checked the little ranks chart. You're a commander. So your rank is commander. Go ahead and throw that in. You got less than 4. So we switch your 2 to a 4. And now the total in the pool, because we've got 2 4s basically, goes to 8. Each of our other officers is going to roll their own 1d6 and add 8 to get their rank. So Caleb and Jackie, go ahead and roll 1d6 and add it.
Oh, I'm a chief, like from Halo.
Yes.
And I'm Sergeant Major.
Sergeant Major. Sergeant Major Plucky. So You can also choose names and call signs whenever you have a concept that's coming to you. There's no specific step where that happens, but you do now have a rank. And then both of our enlisted people, just roll 1d6 on the enlisted ranks and put that in your assignment. You'll get to re-roll grit. Command is asking you only to die, not to think. Once everybody's got their ranks written down, and we move on to roles. Roles are basically, who do you want to be? What's your vibe? There are 6 combat roles and 6 social roles. You can, if you want specifically a combat role, what they do is they give you a prompt during character creation for like, describe a time that this happened. And they give you advance if. That's your level up mechanic. It lets you take side grades at the end of a session. So advance if you meet that like usually somewhat narrative goal, especially in Fist, which this is a conversion of. I never said that. This is a conversion of Planet Fist, which is Fist, Fire Team Infantry Strike Fire Team Infantry Strike Team. I'm realizing I just always call it Fist. Which is kickstarting right now, and you should go back it because it's absolutely incredible. But you can get a box set of it on Kickstarter right now. Anyway, in this one, some are combat focused, like what you do in combat, and some are more social. So you can roll 1d6 on either of those tables, or roll 2d6 with the even odd thing I told you about to just get a random one from either table. Anyone have a roll coming up for them?
Yeah, I rolled and got clown.
Clown, good, excellent.
Yeah.
Nice. I got a KDR.
Perfect for you.
Yeah.
Choosing between Rebel and Wizened. Both of them definitely have their appeals with what else I have here. Lagging and grunt, because if I'm thinking if I'm going wizened, I'm thinking about playing off of lagging, like this is, an old internet person in some way. But I'm also Rebel would make a lot of sense given I do have stolen dog tags, and I see Rebel would really put me against have a story in which I enraged a superior officer. So I'm going to be thinking between those two for a few seconds.
They're both excellent options. Go ahead and take your time to make your choice. Tommy?
Let me actually, I'm going to roll for it.
Yeah, go for it. 2d6?
That's 3 or 2d6?
It's if you want specifically a social role, a 3 would be Rebel. If you want a combat role, it'd be KDR, or you roll 2d6, and you could end up on either chart.
Okay, cool. Let me roll again and I just rolled a 3 and a 6.
3 and a 6. So that's either odd 6, yell chat, describe your infamous reputation you have with each rival faction, advance if you taunted at least one enemy each combat, or you said 3 and 6, that's even 3, which is KDR. Kill more than you die to advance, and describe that time your pride got in the way of your duty and you can't be a medic or engineer. I'd love to see a yell chat.
I know yell chat really screams online to me. So
yes,
I think it has to be yell chat.
Good. Who did I not ask? Was it
Me?
Caleb rolled clown. Yes, Tony, go ahead.
I think my options are either generalist or prodigy. My player type is to throw a lot of levers, and so there's a level at which a generalist is exciting, but also it's a little bit less flavorful than prodigy. So I think I'm going to take prodigy.
Yes. Okay. So with prodigy, I've actually never gotten to play test one.
Woo!
So I'm very excited. A high-ranking officer has caught Tony's, Tony has caught a high-ranking officer's eye, and they want Tony to prove himself, or Tony's character to prove himself. And so every session, if we were doing multiple, Tony would roll a random combat roll and have to complete that objective for the advance. So let's just find out now what your objective is this time, and then we'll get into everyone's description. So everyone start thinking about answers to your describe block. Tony. 3, KDR. Wow, they really, your squad is being asked, go out there and get some kills. Kill more than you die. If you get more kills than you do the times you derezz, you will advance. If you want a second option, I can also roll too, but you know.
Let's roll the second option and hear what it is. I'm totally down with the kill squad also too, but
Fearless. They want you to show that you're fearless. Advance if you never retreated from a dangerous situation. Means your character is not allowed to run away in any way, shape, or form if you want to fill that advance.
Let's take fearless actually. That sounds fun.
Yeah, go for it. And then let's see, describe blocks. So we're gonna come back around. Caleb, you want to go ahead and describe a time your jovial nature turned the morale of a dispirited and actively endangered squad?
Yes. So I think that I, at one point, convinced both sides of one of these battles to like pause and have like a party, like a mid-fight party, like classic beautiful story. I've got like attachments for my little hands where I can make a little disco ball go. And then like during that party, completely set it up so that we could just kill the entire other side, like got everybody down, had a great dance party, and then completely destroyed them, making it very hard to ever do that again. But I think that's what it is. I feel like I still have this like disco ball attachment for my hand around somewhere.
Disco ball attachment for your hands is so good.
Well, I said disco ball. Actually, I'm thinking like, what are those like the light balls? The ones
Like
that
the
do
rave,
the color.
like the rave
Yes.
gloves.
Yes. I said disco, but it's more. Maybe I have both. I've got the disco in one end and then I blast
You
it
can
with
just
the
hold
other.
the light
Oh,
under
yeah,
the
there
disco
you
ball
go.
hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, excellent. And then we will go, just go left, always go left. Tony, describe how a high-ranking officer with high expectations of you and how you caught their eye. Who are they? How to catch their eye?
Can we get a chat? Give me a name for the high-ranking officer at the end of this. I think this is. Let's see. We'll pick from one of the even rolls. I love the other one besides the empath that we picked was the. What was it? The tactician that I can't remember the adjective, but that doesn't care. Apathetic. I love the idea of like somebody who is like, this is technically what we should do. I don't give a shit. Like I do not. I couldn't be bothered to put forth the effort, even though I know exactly what we should do. Is very good vibes.
Your paperwork to this officer, right? Like you
Yeah.
need to check the right boxes.
Yeah. And then I think I think the I caught their eye because I went on a corrupted nanite run because, you know, a little bit of corrupted nanites just takes the edge off at the end of the day. But I spilled into the adversary's like supply train and their entire group got infected. He thinks it was a brilliant tactical move. It was 100% an accidental spillage. We just don't tell him that ever. That's fine. Or them that ever. Valken Theory is very good also too. That will be their name.
And they never check close enough to find out.
No, that this was totally like an accidental poisoning of the enemy's supplies.
Cool. Okay. Let's go left. Seda. So you are answering. Describe how war has changed since you were first assembled.
I don't have I haven't grabbed quite enough of a sense of like what we've got going on to have a bigger answer, but I think something small, like I think I'm the only one on the team with the knuckle blades thing, and since one of the pieces of flavor of that is like they hurt every time they come out, I'm imagining I have this sort of annoyance because since I was first assembled, the like automated painkillers and numbness in a lot of augments has really improved, and so there are a lot of people who have augments now where like they're barely paying a physical toll every single time they use it. Like it's all in their head. It's all just like an emotional toll that they're paying. And I'm kind of like, I mean, I just think this life is it's how do you even know you're using it if it doesn't hurt every single time? The kids, it's not tactile. It's all it's all like in their thoughts and on their screens. And I just like my knuckle blades hurt every time I use them, and that's how I know they're working.
These soldiers be on their damn phones.
Exactly. These soldiers be in their phones, I think like connected inside of their phones.
These phones be in their soldiers.
We go left on that note to Tommy. Describe the infamous reputation you have with each rival faction with the new committee in the Tyrat Council.
Well, since I be on my phone all the time, I think basically everybody knows who I am because I instead of utilizing any of my augmented synthesis project technology for anything purposeful, I have sort of like jumped in it with my own willpower, and I've used it to spam the worst comments of all time on every single person's sort of like always perpetual UI HUD. So I'm just spamming hate messages and advertisements to the new committee, giving everybody a taste of their own medicine a little bit.
Absolutely. I love the idea that one of the like VA technological advancements is like you can't block us. Like we are unblockable.
I am in there. I'm always one step ahead.
iBook. Okay. Yes. Extremely annoying on their social media.
Our entire faction is just alt accounts.
And then yes. Captain accounts. Jackie, go ahead and describe a time that pride got in the way of your duty. You really do have the grizzled veteran vibes going on.
I know, right? So, yeah, because my character is definitely someone who's been doing this for a very, very long time. I would like to imagine that in my youth, my character was very much like a hot shot, right? Like, oh, I understand this. I understand this game perfectly. Like, I got it. Every single battle, I know exactly what to do. And then they changed the damn meta, and I refuse to learn it. It's like, I keep dying because this game is bad now. And now I'm trying to figure out how to win again.
I also love the idea that like your character does actively view it as a video game. Like they've realized I live endlessly and die. I mean, it's really good VR, right? It's VR that I feel. My life is a video game and I'm bad at it. I'm mad about it.
I used to be good at it.
Yes. Okay. So we've got everybody's roles. Yes. Which I believe means we move on to bonds. It does. So bonds are sort of like ask lefts and ask rights in Belonging Outside Belonging, if you've ever played those, played one of those games. So you'll roll one and it'll actually give you a question. Essentially, you ask the player to your left to complete the described prompt. And then you'll get to advance a second time or a first time. There's 2 advancements every session that you can get if the 2 of you complete that objective. And then if a certain thing happens, you have to select a new bond. So let's go ahead with our squad leader first. That is, who took squad lead? That's Tommy. Tommy, you want to roll one up or pick one?
Yeah, let me roll one up.
Cool. Also, if you need me to tell you, you can give me 2 numbers and I'll got it right here.
I got 5 and 2.
5 and 2. So you either have even 5 daredevils. Describe a dare of mine that got you in enough trouble for command to address the situation. You're going to be asking to your left, Jackie. So either you give each other a lot of dares, or 5 and 2. That would be even 5 or odd 2. Idolization. Describe something that you idolize about me and advance if you try to be just like me. Jackie, you always have a right to veto a bond coming from Tommy and say, hey, try another one, or to voice an opinion on whether you might want daredevils or idolization or something totally different.
Do daredevil. Do it. You won't.
Daredevil. Okay, now I have to. And yes, absolutely. Yeah, I'm doing this for clout. Like, you can get me to do anything.
Oh, very dangerous. Okay.
Cool. So you both put down daredevils in your bonds at the bottom, either in your ask left or ask by right. And then we will go ahead, Jackie. We'll do the
Okay.
vibes after we come back around. So Jackie, what's yours with?
Yeah, I'm gonna roll it this time. I've been doing too many hand picking stuff this game. We got to go a little bit more wild. Okay, I got a 3 and a 5.
Okay, so that's odd 5 or odd 3. Either. Wow, this is a great set. I didn't do this on purpose. Rivals and lovers.
Oh my gosh! Why not both?
Yeah.
Perhaps you were rivals and are now lovers.
Okay,
well,
okay.
well, based on our characters so far, like Rivals seems pretty good.
So let me see your character really quick. Okay, so let's see.
Because you're like the one who's like scary. You're like a veteran, and I'm the clown. I'm the clown who carries around, you know, a manual, a tech manual, and talks about how hot it is.
So Rivals makes absolutely the most sense if you're comfortable. What about lovers?
I honestly, if we do want to go full, we're actually doing a little bit of both. I'm happy with that. I think that's very funny.
Yeah, can we do maybe on again, off again, maybe on the way up from an off?
Yes, yeah. Okay, so
Okay, cool.
I think we should do that. I think we should go with Rivals.
Okay,
with the
okay,
actual
we'll do-
choice for that, because I like that vibe, but I think that's the right
Got it.
energy.
There's even a
Perfect,
thing with lovers where it's like you're doing it in secret, and then if you ever spurn an opportunity, you switch. So I love the idea that like even within mechanics, you have been switching back and forth.
Yes.
Anytime as rivals, if you collaborate instead of compete, at the end of that session, you have to switch. And I
Yeah,
love
so
the
we've been
idea
going back and
those
forth.
criteria.
Literally.
So Rivals this time. So okay, cool. I'll write that down so I can think about how to answer.
Cool. And then Caleb, you will go ahead and select one to share with Tony. Do you want to roll? Do you have one you like?
I'm gonna roll. Let's see. Okay, we're looking at either X's or battle buddies. Once again, I'm given the same the dichotomy.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how much drama we want, right? I'm looking at both of them.
The unique take on the high five is especially funny considering what we know about my character. So,
That is
so
good.
that is pretty high up there for me now as a result.
Let's go battle buddies then.
Yeah.
I love that so much. Do some thinking while it comes back around to you because wow. Tony, you're gonna do a bond with Seda. Do you want to roll it up?
Yes. Actually, I did roll. I've looked at all of these now, and so I can't remember what I rolled. So I'm gonna roll again. So it's either X's or Guardian are the two options. Describe the moment you decided you needed to protect me, or describe what finally made our forbidden tryst not worth its costs. Do you have a preference?
Oh. I think like Guardian could make sense considering my character has wizened, you know, like they've been around for a little while, so I feel like there might be something there of if you're a little bit on the newer side comparatively. Maybe Guardian.
And
I love that. That's a great. Yeah. Let's do
you
that.
both have stolen officers' dog tags.
Oh,
That's
That's
true.
true.
Maybe we did a thing.
Yeah, I like that.
Also,
Cool.
one of you's grunt and one of you's pocket. So I imagine there's like protecting your support essentially. And then Seda, do you want to choose a roll one to go with Tommy?
Yeah, I rolled and I got either Is that right? Is that what I got? Yeah, either idolization or BFFs.
So do you want to be like our extremely online streamer, or you best friends, or neither sound good?
Oh, it's so I feel both of them are so appealing to me because either it's because I clearly have like a little bit of a kids these days vibe, and you are the kid of these days. It sounds very much like, and so either your character would be really looking up to mine, which is fascinating. In like, I'm very much like you should be different than the way you are, and you're like, wow, you're cool. But
You just
also
create
the like
content. Loves to film you.
the idea that we are BFFs despite like sort of having a weird it would be a very buddy cop like sort of situation, which I'm also very into. Do you have a preference between the two of those?
Yeah, those are both super interesting. And yeah, I had the exact same thought about BFF, like just a perfect foil for each other. Like that would be, I feel like that kind of makes sense in a doesn't make sense at all kind of way.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be BFFs, and you're going to describe it in joke that only we get whenever we get back around to it.
But the
All right.
first thing that we do is go to Tommy, and we do Jackie. You describe a dare of Tommy's, a dare of the commanders that got you in enough trouble for command themselves to address the situation.
Oh my gosh! So this is a dare that Tommy's character did, or a dare that I gave Tommy? Just so
A dare Tommy gave you. And
Oh.
you did.
Oh, okay. So there I was, right? I was there with in the storage with all of the other jump packs, and I at this point was still in training and had, you know, I regularly have to go back to training because I refuse to learn the new meta, and Tommy's character was like, hey, there's a new experimental jump pack, try it, like, come on, you can do it. Little did I know that it has not been cleared for any sort of field use. And when I used it, not just did it shoot me through the entire ceiling into the officers' quarters, but I caught the officer with their lover and had to keep that a secret forever.
Oh no.
And I got a concussion, but that's okay. I'll respawn.
That's happening to everyone I know this year. Including the character in Planet Fist.
Mhm.
Okay, so that means we go to Caleb. Yes, we go to Jackie. Jackie, would you read your describe block to Caleb? Because I think that will make it clear who's answering what.
Okay. Now I understand. Okay, let me scroll down just a smidgen, just so I can see the describe block here. Okay, describe something you constantly insist that you can do better than me.
Okay, I think it's that people like me more.
The character that literally has the feared trait?
Yeah.
How do people like you more?
Right. But I'm thinking that's part of it. And you can decide how you feel about it. But I think I'm getting a little bit of a dirtbag vibe from my own character. And so I love the idea that part of the tension between them is that like being associated with you makes it harder to be this like, hey, everybody loves me and it's my birthday kind of person.
What do you mean everybody loves me too? And it's my birthday.
Right, exactly. So I think it is that I'm like specifically to you, like kind of shitty about that particular
I love
thing.
that. Yeah.
Also, you both have the same birthday.
Right, it's our birthday. That's huge. Yeah.
Nice.
We've had many parties, very differently attended.
Yeah, very nice. I love that.
Caleb, would you read your describe for battle buddies to Tony?
Yes, but I've already seen a couple of words that Tony's written, and I'm laughing about this. So the question to you is: describe our unique take on the high five.
Yeah. I have learned how to disrupt the amorphous nanite swarm that is your hand-like appendages. But lets us create a rolling platform that I can basically use as a short slip and slide. So whenever we've done something really exciting, I basically just run and jump at you and hit disrupt, and it creates like a 3-foot long like zoop form that like I get like lofted into the air a little bit.
That's amazing. Yeah, I make your little curved tunnel to just
Yeah.
like whoosh. That's beautiful.
That is the most intricate high five I have heard yet in Planet Fist. So, Tony, go ahead and read your describe to Seda.
Describe the moment you decided you needed to protect me.
I've been looking at your collection of traits so far, trying to figure out if there's anything in particular I want to play off of. I do think the fact that we both have officers' dog tags should play into this. I think that makes a lot of sense. Do you have a vision at all yet about how you ended up with these officers' dog tags?
I did not have any sort of strong vision, except for that in my mind these officers are dead. Like that, but I'm not stuck on that. I'm just saying, in my mind, that's the immediate thing that came up when it was like stolen officers' dog tags was they're no longer alive. But I'm not like married to it.
I mean, that would be impressive in itself. If someone did in fact die in this universe, would be very notable.
They've been decommissioned.
Yeah.
Absorbed, reassigned.
Do the dog tags have their
also-
code in it?
That's a great question.
Whoa.
I very much view my character as the opposite, like unlucky, but in a really helpful way. Like, so I love the idea of maybe of whatever it is, like you being able to be like, oh, like basically the opposite of Valken theory, where like they're like, oh, look at this great thing that he did, and you're like, that was an absolute screw up. And potentially you being able to see through that. But I do love it being centered around how we got these dog tags also potentially.
I like that idea. Yeah, I so maybe my character has just sort of like watched you Jar Jar in the Clone Wars show your way through enough situations where you keep like failing upwards, and I recognize like, oh, that I don't know if that one was actually like planned out, but it keeps working. So I'm gonna have your back when you make a choice, even if I think it's a really bad choice. I think it's probably gonna work out. And I wonder if I don't have an exact situation, but the idea that you picked up these dog tags, and I was like, oh, that was like that might technically be mutiny or what you just did, but like, yeah, totally, throw me one. And we sort of like, it ended up working out really well for us in some way, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, I don't know what agreement you have with the universe that is making this really work out for you, but I would like to be on your side.
Cool. Love it.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that so much. I'm so glad you both rolled the same thing at rules. And then let's see. Next up, Seda, can you read yours to Tommy?
Yeah. Describe an in-joke that only we get.
So I'm gonna sort of talk about this idea that I had with the rare bubblegum, and it relates to how my auxiliary neuroprocessing unit works. Since I'm sort of like imagining a bit of a hacktivist type of like blow off troll type of guy, I'm wondering if I was trying to play a joke on you the same way that I was trying to play a joke on Jackie's character, and I gave you basically a program that gives you a flavor of bubblegum, and I made it blood, and I made it like blood and metal, like you're chewing on nails in your mouth. But since you like the tactile and you enjoy the sort of like reminder of your physical body via the pain that that inflicts, you actually ended up enjoying it quite a bit, and you kind of liked the flavor. So we had a good laugh about it, and that's our little in joke.
So now if you say it's like chewing on nails, that's a good thing.
And that's exactly it. Yeah, like chewing on nails.
God, that's so metal.
I love like the idea of like chewing. I'm like, oh my god, that tastes like and then you were like really bad, and I was like home, you know, like like pennies, like a bunch of pennies.
Home is a bunch of pennies.
It was a bunch of pennies.
I love that country
Beautiful.
song.
Okay. So I think was that all of them, or are we down? Am I missing one?
I think we did everybody.
Yeah, I think we did everybody. Okay, which means next up we make our Panther APC. So we got a big truck or a big van, armored van that we all drive around in. It's got 2 turrets on it. It's gonna have a mod. There's a ranking precedence for who gets to select what's on it, and because we have a logistics officer, which I believe was Caleb,
Yeah.
it's your pick. You can set it in the squad sheet, but basically it goes like this. This is where you're going to reassemble most of the time, or it's the most convenient way to reassemble. And you'll pick 2 turrets and a mod. You can also roll these randomly if you want. So you've got like an anti-infantry cannon that does big boom, but isn't good against other vehicles. You've got one that's kind of good against both, and then one that is just like really good at going right through armor. For turrets, you can pick any 2. They can be the same, or you can roll it. Do you want an earthquake, a hurricane, or a blizzard?
Man, we talked about this last time I played, where this for some reason is the question that I have the hardest time with. But I think what I want is blizzard.
Blizzard. Okay.
I think I want blizzard, the armor
One
piercing.
blizzard. You got the armor piercing one, and then you get one more.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be we're gonna go with earthquake then. So earthquake and blizzard.
You've covered your bases.
Yeah.
Multi-purpose Panther.
So that's the explosive cannon and the armor piercing turret.
Yes. And I put those on the squad sheet. And then mods. So you can get optical cloaking, and when you park and deploy the Sunderer, you can make it invisible to anyone who doesn't get close. Deployment shield, so it gets like shields when it is deployed and stationary. And proximity radar, anyone within 100 meters of it, you see them moving.
Ooh, I think I want to do the radar. I think
Radar.
I think that's cool, and I'm interested in how we could use that.
Cool. 100-meter bubble, so 50 meters of it. 100-meter diameter. Yeah. Okay. And then, let's see. I just confused circumference and diameter in my head and got really scared. I'd released a game in which I expressed all of the things in circumferences, which would have been insane. Like, yeah, it's a circle 100 meters around, because you know approximately how big that is. Anyway, moving on, we've got our Panther. We're very nearly ready to play. Pitches play. It's a lot of story making in character creation here. We just need to choose your initial class trait. So class traits, this is a sort of pick your class thing, but again, you can change this. In fact, anytime you die, anytime you get exploded, you can come back as something else. It remakes your body. It changes your body. It changes it to fit the gear that you're using. So you can be one of the 5 class traits, which are assault, and you get like an extra big shield that slows you down, and a big machine gun and a rocket launcher. Engineer, which gives you like a small carbine, an auto turret that you can set up that shoots like automatically, and you can repair stuff. You can be a field medic. These are the most important thing in Planet Fist, because if you die, field medics can bring you right back up. They can not only heal your health, but they can also just straight up put you back together and revive you. You also get a grenade that you throw it, and it revives anyone who it explodes on, and an assault rifle, because they are field medics. Watch out. Force Recon, who has optical cloaking, and they're really hard to be seen when they're moving with optical cloaking. You also get a sniper rifle, classic, and a proximity motion detector, so one you can set up somewhere else. Finally, Jet Trooper. You can fly around. You're harder to hit, but harder to hit things. You got a carbine, little gun, and C4 for blowing vehicles and also huge groups of people, or walls. Lots of my players like to blow up walls. So you can change this anytime you die or anytime you visit your Panther, your APC. You can just go back there and become different, be reassembled. But choose one to start as. Does anyone have ideas on? And your character might favor one or two. You don't have to, but you might. Anyone know what they want to start as?
I definitely want to be a jet trooper. I'd like to imagine that, after that little debacle, thanks to that dare that I experienced, they're like, you can't tell anybody about this. And I said, okay, fine, but then let me do this again.
Absolutely. You have to be able to fuck things up constantly. Cool. Anybody else?
I think I am drawn. There are two that I think kind of speak to me, and they are fairly opposite of each other. And I think I'm going to start as Force Recon.
Nice. Love to have a sniper. Anybody else? So we've got a sniper. We got someone on roofs. A jet trooper.
Also on roofs.
And I can't be, what was it, a medic or an engineer?
Yes, because you have
Is it
KDR.
mine?
No supporting.
But I get a whole class and the class items of a secondary.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I've never had someone have augmented specialist and
Right.
that's
Yeah,
it's cut off
I'm
your
looking at it.
options. You
Does
can
that mean
have go ahead.
Does that mean I can't pick a
Yeah, because it does say
medic or an engineer?
a secondary class trait. Like it depends on how I'm reading my own rules, but I do think it's interesting to be like, yeah, you're just like, no, I need things that get kills. Like I will never.
Yeah.
You can't be it because
That totally makes sense.
so
Yeah, I
you
think
can
I'm going. It's pretty easy choice. I'm going assault primary, so I'll put that in as mine. But then I'm gonna go jet trooper for the
Oh,
C4.
hell yeah.
That's
explosive,
the
you know,
move.
rocket launcher and C4.
Yep.
I was expecting it was either that or you were gonna do jet trooper with a rocket launcher or a sniper. So that you had the jet
Oh yeah, right.
sniper.
Jet trooper with a sniper.
Yes, that was Will's
people-
character. It was also a streamer who did that.
People in chat asking, what is KDR?
Yes. It is kill, death, revive. So this game is very inspired by PlanetSide 2, which you can revive people just like the medics do. And it's like kills and no, it's not. That's a different stat that does factor in revives. In this case, it is kill death ratio. It is the ratio of your kills to your deaths. So Tommy has a trait, a role that means that he has to kill more than he dies in order to advance, and his character prioritizes that above other things.
I don't know what you're thinking, Seda, but I definitely want to do one of the supports. So either engineer or field medic, whichever we prefer, I think.
Yeah, I think that the person I've got set up right now could sort of do anything. I had sort of narrowed it down to either engineer or medic as well. I think I'm gonna start out as I'm gonna start out as an engineer, I think.
Then I'll do medic.
Yeah. Awesome.
And for what it's worth, you all can have the same one. It makes total sense that for tactical reasons, having a spread of options, and it's just interesting to show more of the game. But I just want you to know that if you wanted to roll up with all assaults, nothing's stopping you. Or all medics if you really want to stay alive. Do you have like Coward Squad who doesn't want to derezz?
Jess, I think that the class traits might be out of date in the spreadsheet.
Oh no, what does it say?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not that they're out of date. Oh, that's even more. And there's an overview elsewhere in the book. And those got put into the descriptions. I thought I fixed that. The
That's
gear
very
should be
funny.
right. The skills are wrong, and I can fix that very, very quickly because I think how that happened and how I could fix it with minimal problems. And then we will go ahead and get started. In fact, we'll get started while I'm doing that because I think I know how to fix it. I luckily have a thing that I want to start with because this is the point in Planet Fist where the rulebook specifically says that you are supposed to play a certain song from the best available speakers that you have, or like through a stream or something for your players. That is licensed music, and it's not really on the table for us in a stream such as this
So you're just
one.
gonna sing it a little bit? Is that what you're gonna do?
No,
Gonna
I will
vocalize?
subject you to all of that. Instead,
Full
what I
acapella
do-
performance.
why I said preserve the song is that I'm not going to tell everyone so that you get to, if you decide to take this and play this game, your referee gets to still surprise you with what's going to happen in this moment. Instead, we're going to basically imitate a mechanic that I wanted to do and never got around to writing. We're going to do it here. Who's got the highest etiquette? Everybody look at your etiquette scores and tell me who's got the highest.
I've got 2.
Probably going to be Caleb. Hard to
Looks
beat
like it's
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, Caleb, do you have a character name? Oh, if we have character names, we should actually go around and say those right now.
Yeah.
Rank, name, and call sign.
I am Sergeant Major Wallace. My call sign is Freeze.
Freeze. Okay, and then we go left. So that's gonna be Tony.
I'm Corporal Problems, just trying to get up to being General Problems. And my call sign is Curse.
Tony, that's perfect. Thank you so much. Seda, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Specialist Tennis Philosophy. And so my name, people usually just call me Tenphil. My call sign, though, is Grunt, specifically because it is, I tend to go when my knuckle blades come out because it hurts.
Yeah, good. Okay, so that takes us left to Tommy.
I'm Commander Bubbles, call sign Bubbles,
So
because
perfect,
my
Tommy.
online identity has completely taken over everything.
If you want to know Bubbles' original birth name, you can if you subscribe to their special online portal. It's
Only
listed
soldiers.
there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the highest
my
payment
God.
tier.
Oh my god.
The only
Amazing.
bullets.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see. Yeah, go ahead, Jackie.
Oh yeah. So I am Chief Florence Sebastia, call sign Cleric. This is most notably made clear by the fact that I have a really makeshift bit of angel wings and the most dinky looking halo that I have as I fly around on my jetpack.
Evil
Too
mercy. And then Caleb, I should have given you this prompt before I went around. I should have completed my statement, and instead I didn't. So I'm going to put you on the spot.
All right.
The mechanic that never got written that maybe you'll make it in the future version of Planet Fist is what's on the aux? Highest etiquette roll. You've got to answer what is on the aux.
Yes.
It's not the special song that is supposed to be diegetically playing right now and can't because it's licensed music.
Yeah, well, what's happened is I have unplugged whatever was plugged in before and plugged my own finger in, and so my voice is, I'm like looking at this book in my hands, and my voice is coming over the speakers just to like get under everybody's skin, and you just hear me saying, "To reduce the risk of injury to persons, adhere to all industry recommended safety procedures, including the use of long-sleeved gloves and safety glasses. Do not bend or pinch the power cord excessively or place heavy objects on it."
Is this from your magazine?
Yes.
And there's a vibe going down.
Scandalous.
Oh my gosh.
I did skip a step, I realized, which is we don't have a squad nickname. And so I'm going to suggest a short bio break. I could actually use Run to the Bathroom. We're just about to start play. I think this is a good moment to take care of ourselves and our physical needs. And think on squad nickname if you think we've got any particular reputation. Does that sound good, Tony?
Sounds great. We're going to take a 5-minute break and be right back. Also, Chad, if you've got thoughts on a squad nickname, I'm happy to source them into the general conversation. Go ahead and type them into the chat. While you're waiting, if you haven't headed over to ttrpg.link/planetfistgame, go ahead and check it out. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Or go back like the Fist box set. I put both links in the chat. It's all in there. Go find it. Gorgor, thanks for the link assist as always, chat. Remember, if you have names, feel free to drop them in for what our squad's nickname should be.
I did not realize we were off stream.
All right, and we are back live on stream here playing Planet Fist. We just finished character creation, building our squad, and now we are ready to step into combat? Question mark. I don't know why I made my voice go up at the end there. I'm just going to hand things back over to you.
Great. Okay. So the last thing I'm going to say before we start combat, and I'll be quick about it. Well, not necessarily combat, but the lines are loose. That's part of what I want to say, which is that there's 3 principles of play in Planet Fist that pretty much summarize the game. Death is life. Shootouts are stories. Fiction first. Death is life. Don't be afraid to get your character killed. This isn't D&D. You're coming back next time. Sometimes the best thing you can do is run in there, get killed, and get brought back at the right moment. So don't be afraid. If you can think of a stupid idea that seems fun, do it. The consequences are minimal. 2, shootouts are stories. This is a game, sure, it's got like a lot of combat in it, but it's about the stories that combat tells. Find out, I think we've already really established this in our roles and bonds, like how we make meaning of it. But as it says in the book, chat, hang out, make someone laugh, prove yourself, care about people, get revenge. Find out whose aid you come to when you can't help everyone. Show your crush that no one can operate a jetpack like you. Jackie, you're like embodying the principle there. Pass a joint back and forth with your best friend while you hold the sync point, swapping jokes and waiting for an inevitable charge. Like, that's the vibe. Finally, fiction first. There are mechanics, sure. Tell me what you want to do and I'll fit it into the mechanics. Like, sometimes there are some procedural things that you need to do, but for the most part, be like, yeah, I want my character would try to like climb up here and then like jump and do this thing, and then like, don't think of it in terms of an action and an action. Tell me what you want to do and I'll be like, this is what it is, roll this, and we'll get there. Really let yourself be expansive. So with that said, Caleb is currently plugged into the Panther, narrating some cybernetic smut for everyone. And Tony, you've got the vehicular Simjack. I'm guessing you drive the van, you drive the Panther?
I drive the van.
Yeah, you drive the bus. Okay. So you all are listening. What's your vibes on what Caleb's playing? I just want to take like a temperature check, like how your character is feeling about just like generally represented on a thumbs up.
Install this appliance in an area where the temperature is between 55 degrees Fahrenheit and 110 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 13 degrees Celsius and 43 degrees Celsius.
I am staring daggers at you because this is not the 7th time you've played this in my presence accidentally.
Do not remove any warning labels, the model and serial number label, or the text sheet that's located near the front of the device.
For whatever reason you can't quite, the audio keeps on just like dipping down, and you keep on having to reach out to turn it back up, and it's just like we can see lights like pulsing from my jack over to the to the stereo.
Check the dimension. Isolation path to ensure this.
And then it ducks out rather suddenly as you get an incoming call from Colonel Werewen, Lieutenant Colonel Werewen. Does anyone who picks up the call from Lieutenant Colonel? Does the squad leader pick it up as you're supposed to, or does someone else field it?
Yeah, I see that you're calling, and I'm busy responding to my chat, and so I sort of just toss the phone to the middle of the middle of the van.
Yeah, I see you doing this, and I put down a book that I'm writing in, and I'm very frustrated with everybody at the moment. A little bit, I feel like I'm the only one taking this seriously. I say in my makeshift angel wings, and I grab this phone and I go, "Hello."
You do that. Are you doing on speaker? That's what I was anticipating, but it's okay if you do want to keep it a secret. I was just like defaulting to everyone can hear most of the time.
I don't know. I see. Everyone can hear, but I'm trying to keep it really close because there's porn playing right now.
Hey, I haven't even got to the good stuff yet. We're just in the setup page.
Oh, and finally, on this cliffhanger, squad nickname. I don't think we got any suggestions in chat.
We got one in chat. Unless we want to count Groovy also too. Gorgor Big says 99 lives.
Well, I was thinking about alt accounts from earlier too.
What about Sock Puppet?
Sock Puppet is good.
I love Sock Puppet
Squad. Sock Puppet Squad, especially because I love the alliteration. Great. So you receive a call from Lieutenant Colonel Werewen, the spiteful empath, and you pick up. What was it you said?
I'm very frustrated, so I just go, "Hello."
Greetings, Sock Puppet Squad. Do you like that name that others have given you?
Say yes.
It is a burden for us to bear, one that I think we bear with dignity.
Excellent.
That will say yes.
That's exactly as it should be.
I'm telling you, I can do things better than you every time.
Okay. You answer the phone.
Now,
Great.
down to business. I love that we put like the two most serious characters, like serious, right up against each other. Command has contacted me with an urgent mission. I was about to say that he regrets to inform you, but he doesn't. I am excited to inform you that there will be no backup, nor will there be any sort of intelligence that I can provide you. The extent of your mission dossier is this. The new committee has acquired a briefcase important to those at Velian Command. Do not open the briefcase. Do not destroy the briefcase. This is not a nano-assembled briefcase. This is nicer than any gear you will ever have in your lives. Try not to enjoy touching it. And do not open the briefcase. Acquire the briefcase. Bring it in your panther back to friendly territory. And while you are there, capture the base so that we can assure that nowhere on this base has anything related to the briefcase remained. Do you understand the task I have laid forth in front of you?
I have seen it in my dreams. I understand. I look over at everyone else and I go, "We seek what is ephemeral, though we will not seek it in our hearts." Something about a briefcase. Sorry, I wasn't paying too much attention.
Yeah, I mean, if if we capture the base, doesn't that make the base friendly territory, and doesn't that mean we've already brought the briefcase back to friendly territory?
Do you say this in character? One. Do you say it where the commanding officer can hear? Two.
Oh, here's the deal. I say it 100%. That was 100% an in character statement. I think I'm just saying it to everybody else. I think this is a great moment for this was a bad choice, and let's see how it plays out with command.
So yes, Lieutenant Colonel Werewin does hear you and replies, their Velian command has insisted you bring it into any friendly territory that is not the captured base. If this feels pointless and frustrating, I'm glad to hear it.
No, everybody, watch this. Watch this. Oh no, I hate that. Oh, that sounds like the worst.
Wonderful. I always knew that I could count on you, Sock Puppet Squad. You always improve my day, especially Sergeant Major, or no, whose problems? What's your... Especially Corporal Problems. There's a reason that I had you transferred into my unit, Corporal Problems. And it's exactly this sort of moment. Anyway, if you are done eating your foot, I believe that you have a mission in front of you, and it does seem to be on some sort of timeline. Are you feeling the pressure, Sock Puppet Squad?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Oh, delightful. Now, if you don't mind, I do have a mission of my... And you hear a hail of gunfire. And that seems to end the call. There's nothing else on the other side. You do get a location. That amount of intelligence you are provided, which I happen not to have provided so far, which is Positronics Weapons Lab. You have no idea why they took this briefcase to a weapons lab. But I'm going to give you a little description right now before we hop into how do you approach, what do you do, etc. Because Positronics Weapons Lab is a place you've been before. You've fought everywhere on Sixaura before. You've been doing this forever. It's a small place. All of the facilities change hands back and forth between each of the different factions all the time. And so you've fought pretty much everywhere. It changes when different factions take control. It changes both aesthetically and like they might set things up different. So you don't know perfectly what's happening, but like you immediately have a picture in your mind of what this place is. And I'm going to like break down that picture for you a little bit. Tony, do we have the owlbear set up on stream? Great. So now everybody else can also see Positronics Weapons Lab, which is illustrated by Victor Sitch, who did a great job making this battle map, which comes with the game. Original battle map for the game. You get a nice high resolution PNG of it. So what we are looking at is nestled in an otherwise impassable mountain. Positronics Weapons Lab is built across two small plateaus connected by a bridge over a 100-meter deep mountain pass. Everyone should be able to see my little red cursor. You see that pointing stuff out? Great. Mm-hmm. This is a 100-meter deep drop. We're coming in from the east here. And then we can either slope up to the back or there's an access lift up to the workshop. This facility once belonged to the company Positronics, long ago absorbed into the Six, the new committee. The facility is now hotly contested, passing from faction to faction as they try to make use of the precious lab equipment. To capture the facility, you have to spend 3 combat rounds next to the sync point, 30 seconds, outnumbering the enemy. On that sync point, that's the aid point. There is, in this facility you're also familiar with, a weapons lab split into 2 buildings connected by sky bridges right here. Big nanotanks full of nano solution feeding into the weapons lab for experiments. An outdoor firing range for testing weapons in the back outside the walls. By the way, these are all walls surrounding the facility. Up here is impassable mountains, but it's all walled in on these plateaus. There's a visitor's garage that people can pull into, often used for visiting brass. A workshop. Nobody knows quite why it's there or on the opposite side of the weapons lab, but there is one. An armory with a resupply terminal that your enemy can use to grab more stuff. a command center. Wonder what's in there with the NC owning it, and reassembly tanks, which that's where they come back. If you kill them, they come back right here. They've got sync shields. You can't get in, and no side can fire through. They're protected. Finally, a vehicle pad where the enemy might pull vehicles. Specifically, the new committee owns this facility right now and has acquired the briefcase. And I will explain a little bit about what the new committee looks like, what their base looks like when we pull in. But the first things first, you get that call. This is your assignment. What's the discussion? What's the plan? Do you just pull up and not plan? What's your team's vibe? What's Sock Puppet Squad's vibe preparing for a mission?
This is, of course, an item that is it doesn't respawn. It is not made of nanites, and so I believe if we go in there, start throwing things gung ho, either it's going to be in a place where they're prepared for that and they don't want it to be destroyed, so it might be in some kind of like back area, and we might want to think about that, or we got to go in sneaky style, because if we start throwing bombs around, we're just going to fail the mission.
Sneaky style sounds very good to me. The exact opposite of the other way I've played this game, so I love the idea of trying that.
I would love to play Planet Fist stealth style. That does sound fun.
Yeah, let's start with a little stealth, mousing around.
Discontented grunt. But
I'm sure you'll get your moment.
I love stealth. Does that mean we are gonna head in through the workshop?
Yeah, I guess that's my
Probably.
question then, would be like, is the workshop lift, is that a big to-do, big, obvious, loud, noisy, dramatic thing, or would it be a more subtle?
So, last you checked, when you last owned this facility, it was pretty quiet. You have no idea what the new committee has done to the facility in the remaining time. If anyone wants to roll to try and piece stuff together, if you have any abilities that help you get information, or if you want to pull up and do surveillance, that's all on the table. You just got to name your approach or what you want to try and do.
Is it how big is the elevator? Is this like hey, we can pull this vehicle inside this elevator, or is this hey, we get out and we go up in this elevator on foot?
I would say your vehicle's probably about twice the size of the elevator.
Okay.
So you could get the whole party on it, but you're leaving the Panther. You could park it somewhere else, either in the gorge or drive it up the back way. But you will not get it up into the workshop. That's a fascinating concept.
Yeah, I don't think we want to just leave our Panther down there then.
I mean, do we need a distraction, I guess is the other question, to help make it easier to get in?
I'm wondering now. Well, actually, chat is giving me some pretty good ideas here. What if we all floor it on the Panther straight into the visitor's garage and all roll out into the elevator as it passes?
Ooh.
Panther is distraction, just ramming the garage and then
Just straight into the garage. They're going to cross the bridge. We're on the other side of the gorge. Might be.
I mean,
might
you're
be
in
useful
charge. You're in charge, so
That sounds great.
Hey, I'm already doing it. I'm reaching across the seat from the back with my foot and pressing down pressing down what Problem's foot on the pedal.
the advantage is you have a jack in your neck that allows you to control the thing.
Yeah,
so
like you
override
press out and you there's no discernible change whatsoever in the speed. I make the engine squeal a little louder, but anybody who's paying attention notices that the speedometer does not change at all.
But do you follow through on the plan to drive on by the visitor's garage or drive on by the service elevator, hop out and ram it into the visitor's garage?
Yeah, let me clarify. So is the point, is everybody else rolling out at the workshop, or we're just ramming into the visitor's garage?
I think everybody's you're jacking in, keeping it going, and everybody's trying to get out. You can stay in if you want.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify. My intent was me alone in this vehicle slamming into the garage while y'all roll out. I just wanted to make sure that was Because
sounds like
it'll be easier for me to get
problems.
around in plain
Yeah.
sight than the rest of you. And so, yes, I think 100% I'm on board with this play. And so,
Hey,
that
you
sounds
can operate
great.
the vehicle guns from the driver's seat because you got your sim jack.
correct. And like once they actually roll out, then I do actually speed up.
I see the mouse.
Do you want I could stay in the van as well to like be outside and essentially like protect / be extra distraction. Maybe I can like be if they see me with like outside the van, they'll be like, oh, clearly they're all going to be getting out here, and I'll just try and take out as many of them as I can as the three of you sneak out.
I love that.
Yeah, that
Nice.
sounds like a good diversion.
Cool.
Especially if we're able to get a squad beacon set up somewhere over there, then if you die, you'll be able to come right to where we are, which would be great.
Yeah, that's great.
Mhm.
Well, especially I think I started as an engineer, right? So I can hop out, try and set up a turret.
Yes, yes.
Sort of
Ooh.
just buckle down.
That's
the last thing
awesome. Yeah.
Last thing I'll say is you're in your Panther. You can swap class traits if you want. Like your Panther has the ability to rebuild you. And so if anyone who is executing this plan wants to be a different class trait, you can.
Double
change.
engineer, 2 turrets. Big mess.
But other than that, if it seems like everyone's happy with what they got, we rolling in. We going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Locked in. Okay. So you come approaching at a reasonable speed in your Panther by Problems' insistence. And as you do, you see this facility has been taken over by the new committee. It was last time you were here, it had been yours and it had been covered in like circuitry. The Valiant Ascendancy's look is like black and green and like circuits running everywhere. But now you see the good old blue and beige of the new committee covering the whole facility. You see like their logo is like the tallest spire, they call it. And it's just like a skyscraper, a really boring skyscraper that they just named something that they think is cool. And next to all the banners with the tallest spire are various motivational posters. So you see like a hang in there. You see as you sort of approach the access lift, it just like says like right over the controls, it's like, it's only Monday once a week. You even see some like classic, these are vintage at this point, like a sailboat and like one word with some sort of like ethic, right? Like hard work. It makes the empire run. And just a couple of those everywhere. Anyway, so that's sort of the general aesthetic going on. And you do that, and now I want everyone to make what roll for safely exiting the moving vehicle? Because you're not stopping, right? You're rolling
Now
on the
that-
moving vehicle.
Yeah, that's blown right by that elevator.
Okay. I could say you could take different approaches. Everyone who is leaving the vehicle, give me grit or precision, your choice. Depends on how your character's doing this.
Quick.
What's up? Let's go with that.
Oh, I was gonna say, quick question. When I jump out, would it be possible to kind of, because I have a jetpack, just jump behind the workshop really quick, and I can, if we're also cool with it, maybe also set up the squad beacon just immediately, just drop, just set that up right away.
You could just straight up fly up if you want. The one thing about the squad beacon is when you do choose to deploy it, it points like a big light right up at the sky.
Okay.
And so
Never mind on that
the
one.
stealth
Yeah.
aspect. Okay.
Yeah,
That might be
86
once you're discovered.
Yeah, 86 that, but I will try to jump behind the warehouse, or the workshop, I mean.
Cool.
Well, I have a 0 on both of those, and I rolled a 4. So I'm hopping out real smooth.
Nice.
It's going really good
Tommy?
over here already.
What's your 2d6 plus grit or precision?
My 2d6 plus precision is a 10.
And we got a full success. We got a full failure. Jackie, you're a jet trooper. You're not even touching the ground. You don't need to roll. You like use that to catapult yourself up there. You are safely on top of the workshop. But Caleb, I'm gonna roll worst of 2d6.
Hey.
Can we say he rolls etiquette to get out of the van because it's polite to stop playing the smut?
Right, it's so kind of me to do this. Unfortunately, even with that, it'd be a 6.
I promise that I am shitting you not.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put the dice up to the camera on the
That's how I
worst
know
of
you really
2d6
rolled it.
roll.
Yes. My punishment has come so swiftly. I will never
no.
read a refrigerator manual again in my life.
So you come flying out of this vehicle and you see Tommy, the like produced manufactured soldier, just like neatly vault and like end up like on like fully like posted up inside the thing, and you go flying over Tommy's shoulder and like hit the back wall and break your neck immediately. Like you are fully a dead body behind your commander the moment you exit this vehicle. You take 6 damage and die.
Well, I'm derezzing back in the Panther.
You do. I'm gonna say part of this failure is the way speed works. Like by the time you've derez, it's just as you are like entering the garage. So you have already.
Hey, I decided I'm actually going to be a part of this squad. I spent a little bit of time with them, and I got the sense that they could handle it without me. So here I am. Hey, problems?
Good to see you.
Yeah, and
I adjust the rear view mirror to highlight their dead body behind us.
Like, it's like
hey, eyes on the road, eyes on the road. Come on.
Speaking of the road, now it is Tony's turn. Tony, roll to when you say drive this vehicle high speed into the garage. Are we like ramming? I guess we'll say there's like a thin metal door.
Sure.
What's the
my goal is to make at this point is to make as much, so like I am driving up the road, firing guns at the thin metal door, making as much noise and as possible so that the people who slipped out the back are not the point of attention. So like it's not a matter of like this is not a precision maneuver in any way, shape, or form. I would say ideally for me, because it's ideal, it would be tactical because I'm trying to draw attention away from people. But it could just be grit also too, because it is a lot of pew pew and slam as well.
We have
I'll
the
give
high
you
explosive
tactical
cannon
for-
too, so you
Yes.
can also really blast it.
I will give you tactical for executing this plan. Absolutely.
Okay.
2d6 plus tack.
I also rolled 2 6s, so that's a 14.
Double 6s in fist is a crit.
Yeah.
Specifically double natural 6s. Okay, I was so prepared to punish you for this thing, and that is not what is going to happen.
Let's go.
So,
Yeah, I helped.
Tony, I'm going to give you 2 choices. I can take this and I have some ideas in mind, but also on double 6s, if you want to tell me exactly how your plan narrates, I am happy.
No,
to,
if you've got
lend it.
ideas, I love it. Like I said, my goal is just essentially I would love everybody to be like, oh my gosh, they're attacking the visitor's garage. Let's all go over. That is really my goal. But you 100% take it.
So, in order to create like maximum noise and chaos while also not actually destroying your vehicle, you're driving, but you're also gunning, right? Because
Yeah.
you've got that sim jack. So you take the blizzard that Caleb threw on there, which is the anti-armor one, and you fully cut a hole in the metal door. Like you shoot that armor piercing like rotary gun and just like carve a little cutout the size of your vehicle and then blow right into it and like fully like take that portion of the door off. It flies across the room and like hits the wall on the other side and clatters around. You're like honking the horn, shooting the high explosive cannon in like every direction. Like it's spinning and shooting.
Do we get the inside shot of the 2 guys working in the like bay who are like who are in there who are like, do you hear that? And then all of a sudden it like the garage door slams across into them.
So we specifically, oh wait, the garage door slams them. I was gonna have you accidentally hit someone with the high explosive cannon, but I like you hit them with the garage door even better. So give me a 2d6 best of 2d6 damage roll for slamming the garage door into these people.
So roll 2d6 twice, or roll 3d6 and give you the higher of the two.
Roll 2d6 or roll 2d6 and give me the higher one. In fist parlance, best of 2d6 is 5. Excellent. Okay, so there were 2 people taking a smoke break, a hidden smoke break in the garage, and we're past tense doing this thing. They don't do anything in this moment because they are not there anymore. The garage door like flattens 2 people against the wall, and as it does, there was a hat on one of them. You never really got time to see them wearing it, but like clearly like a pointed officer's cap that just missed. Like the metal door hits them here, and the cap just sort of floats down in front of them, which like strange, it's not derezzing with them, which like that doesn't usually happen with gear. This officer hat just like sort of floats back and forth onto the ground in the garage. You can hear shouting from outside, so there are definitely more to that squad where it came from. You took out 2 of them. You don't know how many because they're like on the other side of the garage, but they're definitely there. And that hat's on the ground.
Is it dorky or like cool?
Is it dorky or cool?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with dorky.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if, let's see, can I show you a picture of what I'm thinking so you can decide. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna put a screen up to the screen.
Oh, maximum dorky. Maximum dorky all the
Really
way.
dorky. Chat is just putting L's. It's just L's all the way up. That's it.
Somebody's already made a new like hat emoji.
Yeah, they're just doing hat reacts.
Hat reacts in chat. So I'm gonna call that the start of combat, and I'm gonna call that Tony's turn. So Tony goes first, and that is Tony's turn. You pick the order of combat. Oh, we didn't like grab tokens and markers and all that stuff for this, which we should have on Owlbear for keeping track of all these things. So really quick, we're gonna give everybody a character. So we've got Tony, you're a Force Recon, so I'll give you this little guy. I'm gonna make you all pink because I actually don't have black or green. So Tony, that's yours. See if you can move that token around and even label it if you want with your character's call sign. If you hit the text button when you mouse over it, it would be great if you labeled it. Who's our engineer? Well, we have one, so engineer. In fact, we have all of them. So
yeah.
Medic, and then engineer, medic, jet trooper is this one. And what am I missing? Assault. Yes, I'm missing assault. Assault is this one. And see if you can go ahead and toss your names on there. And then we'll give one for your Panther, which is right there. And it is currently located very much inside the visitor's garage. Oop, just destroyed it immediately. Located very much inside the visitor's garage. And I said you could hear some people outside. So we'll go ahead and represent them with, revealing that was there the whole time. We got Bubbles and Jackie. I forgot your name is Bubbles. So good. Up there.
I am not sure how to edit the text.
That's totally fine.
Okay.
What's your call sign?
It's cleric.
Cleric.
If you want to just throw that in on me.
Yes, will do.
Cool.
Excellent. Okay. So, you bang through the door, smash some people. The stealth mission's going great. Well, the distraction stealth is going well. Who do we think? What order? Does anyone specifically want to go near the end or specifically want to go near the beginning?
I think I'm hopping out immediately. I think that part of the plan here is to, or it would have been at least temporarily, to like make people think that I'm the driver. Like, you know what I mean? Like have it be sort of a secret that there's anyone in the van, therefore those like guns can still be used. So I'm like clambering over and hopping out of the driver's seat.
Yes.
And yeah, do you want to decide the rest of the order before I keep going, or?
Yes. So we pick an order for combat and then we do it.
Yeah.
So we'll do Grunt second. Who third, fourth, and fifth. Anybody have a position they want in that order?
Sure. I'll go right after Grunt.
Okay. So we've got Freeze, and then we'll go ahead and we'll have our squad leader go last. So Jackie, and that was Cleric. So Seda, your turn. What are you trying to do?
So
The
what's
situation
it? Yeah.
is that you hear shoulders shouting, and you specifically, tell them, you hear them shouting, the brevet captain was in there. She was in there. She was inside when the thing came through. Come on. And like, you hear like sound of footsteps, but they haven't quite gotten inside yet.
Cool. Yeah. So I'm like hopping out, and I think I'll set my my auto turret up first, like sort of near the door.
Right.
Does that
Go
take
ahead.
a full?
That's a safe action since you're doing it with nobody around. So you
Okay,
are.
because I might ready an action then if that's the case. I think generally it would be sort of like I would prefer to like burst through the door and sort of get it started myself, but because I'm taking the time to like set up the turret, I'm like, okay, as soon as somebody comes through that door, I would like to Wolverine them in their face.
Yes, absolutely. So you're taking out your claws, taking 1 HP damage.
Yep.
Here comes the grunt that you're famous for. The ouch oof, the Minecraft oof noise grunt.
It's so funny that it's 1 HP because that's half of all of it. Like that's really bad. That's really, really bad. That hurts a lot. But yeah, I imagine there's sort of a, I'm like going through the motions of setting up the turret, dropping the thing. And then there's like the slightly unnerving sound of the nanos like coming out and me just like all right.
Chill, fine.
Mm-hmm.
Right. We go next to Freeze. So you've
yes.
got Grunt out there. Go ahead.
I think I'm very curious about the hat. Obviously, I would never put it on in a million years. Who would? But I am very curious about it. So I'm gonna try to get out and like grab the hat and see if I'm able to like hold on to it, because I know that typically these would derezz. So I'm just curious about what happens if I'm holding on to it. And then there's no sign of there being anybody else except for that we know of so far, except for the one person that's coming in, right? Or do we know?
They're shouting at each other, so it's definitely more than one people out there. But you only know of the people out there. No one else in the base that you know of yet.
Yeah. Okay. Then I'm gonna do a similar move, I think, to like preparing to be at sort of melee range. I'm gonna go to like the other side of this door so that after Grunt deals with something, then the next person runs in. I'm like behind them is the hope, like as they are prepared for that.
Cool. We're gonna have like a stack and getting ready to like shoot them.
Yes. Yeah. As soon as they come through.
Cool. And then we go to who's up next? Jackie, Cleric.
Yes. So the first thing that I do, because I'm so stuck in my ways, is I take out my personal journal, which has been personally like it's been illuminated to the point of almost seeming religious. But the title on it is The Old Meta, and it's a bunch of old like squad positions where things would be. And I'd love to do my veteran roll to see if, oh yeah, I've done the old crash into the garage 100 times. This is how it works, and I want to see where everybody supposedly is, depending on how accurate this is. So I'm just basically just checking my book.
Roll plus
and
10.
yeah. Okay. So here we go. So we're gonna roll tag. Let's see if being a tactical officer actually matters here. I got an 8.
Hey, partial success. You do have one reroll on attack roll this session. Do you want to take your partial success? Or it could be worse, but it could be better.
Nothing says a good tactical officer like blowing all of your cooldowns in the first round of combat. But no, I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay.
Okay, so either I reveal an area in the current facility where enemies are that you don't already know about, or I reveal an area in the facility where enemies are not, and now you know that.
Okay.
And because it's a partial success, you don't get both, but you get one and you choose.
Okay, I'd like to know where enemies are not, since we are still technically stealthing.
Where enemies are not. Because you've got this partial success, I think I'm going to make it mostly good news for you. In that, you do think you have a clear shot to the sync point and even to the command center, because you know that like lazy soldiers hate like actually hanging out in the command center like they're supposed to. Like when you were here ages ago, when the Valiants owned it, like people wanted to be anywhere other than the place where they would be expected to do work and review surveillance footage and like do all of that other type of stuff. Specifically, depending on the type of people. Oh wait, I don't tell you where they are. I tell you where they're not, right?
Mhm.
Yes, that's the one you chose.
Yeah,
okay.
no.
You are pretty certain, basically, this slice of the base, no one likes to be in the workshop or command center doing work. Sometimes the like eggheads will be in the weapons lab doing work because they get like a lot more scrutiny there, but soldiers will like goof off, sneak away to the visitor's garage for a smoke, hang out in the armory, check out their guns, but they do not. This area will probably be empty unless someone dies. Sound good?
Yeah. Is there a way I can so when it comes to communication with my team, is it only like via comms, or is there any sort of like a visual I can give them?
So you've all got like microphones basically built in. You also have like neural interfaces. You can send texts with your mind. You can like show them images. You can stream your eyes to them. That's what I assume Bubbles is doing to the entire faction all of the time. So
Cool.
yeah,
Yeah,
feel free
so
to send text.
I am just streaming down the page of my book that has that section highlighted that says they're always lazy bastards.
That reminds me, I do want to mention to the two that are with me, I want to bring up like our main goal is to stall them, so we don't necessarily want to kill everybody right away. Like we want to try to hurt them and keep them engaged with us, but if we kill them, that maybe puts them on the path of our friends who are being sneaky. So I want to bring that up just in case.
That's a
Right.
good point. Regular unarmed attacks deal worst of 1d6 or worst of 2d6 damage. So if you're trying to damage and not kill, there is just a regular unarmed.
I think the knuckle blades are already going to put us past that point no matter what right now, but, but for the whole group, it might be worth stalling.
Yes. I will, because that's a really good and interesting point, that if you want to change your prepared action for what exactly you're going to hit them with, you're welcome to. You don't have to. I'm just going to give that flexibility because I think it's interesting.
Oh, I am are there vehicles in this vehicle garage?
There's one.
Question.
There's one.
There is one.
It's all tilted the wrong way.
I'm going to say there is one. Enemy vehicle. It looks damaged. Like it seems like I think the tires have been shot out. And so it seems like they meant to be working on it at some point. But there is an enemy vehicle in the garage. There's specifically a rattlesnake light transport that's got a cannon just like yours strapped to it, an earthquake.
Okay. Well, so interesting. What I was going to say was if there was like working vehicles, because the knuckle blades have AP armor penetration. I was going to try and make them not working vehicles. But if there's a not working one, then maybe instead I will try to. How does faction alignment work with vehicles in this game?
If you want to roll to hotwire a vehicle as an engineer, I will let you.
Yeah.
If you want to roll plus tack to
Yeah.
try and hotwire a vehicle.
I'm trying to decide if. So, okay, that would mean I probably didn't take the knuckle blades out, but I'm trying to think of how that would have been. Like the idea that like I like went to squeeze my hands and is it freeze? Freeze, yeah. Right? Freeze was like, hey,
I know that you like love to rip people up into little pieces as quickly as possible, but I just thought that I would bring up that like if you wanted to try something else, we are mostly stalling in this crew. That's actually why I came back, was to actually remind you about that.
Oh man, yeah. No, great, good point, I guess. Thanks. Glad
Thank you. Thanks.
Glad you made that choice on purpose. I really appreciate that.
Anytime.
And I think I'm going to try and as an engineer, though my character's not good at stuff. Like on a number mechanical level.
Guys, I'm really bad at stuff.
Yeah, the things you have to do, not my expertise. But I would be happy to try. And like I'll maybe like try and get this vehicle. I wonder if like I'm trying to decide whether I want to like take control of the cannon or try and rig it to look like it might explode, kind of thing.
I love that, or just go haywire.
Yeah. I'm gonna get my fingers in there.
Cool.
In some way, shape, or form.
So we're sort of redoing this based on Caleb's advice. We're gonna say not that prepared action. And go ahead and roll 2d6 plus tack.
Plus precision?
Oh, precision would make way more sense. That's what I...
Yes, I mean, they're the same for me, luckily. So I've rolled a 2 and a 3, so a 5 minus 1 is 4.
So a success. That's great.
Yeah, that's really good.
Fours are actually really good.
4 is my favorite number, not mine, but my characters. So actually, they feel really good about this.
I really love this roll under PBTA system that you've created.
This is lasers and feelings, right? Our number is both 4 is the thing. So I do have some questions.
So, you do manage to like rig it to you're trying to create a distraction, trying to see like if you can like cause its behavior to be like weird in a way that will draw attention. And you do get that. You trigger it, in fact, before you were intending to, and that cannon is now just like shooting like everywhere in this room. And so it hits you first for 8 damage. And you are on every side of the room now, bits of you. Like sort of like you've joined the door in like careening off of walls of the room. And so beginning of next turn, you can derezz and come back, but for now you are bits, and you hear someone shout, they've got a cannon! They've got a cannon! Because they heard the noise. Cool. That is your turn.
Good retcon.
Good retcon.
Yeah, we made it all a lot better, actually.
I'm really glad. It was good application of tactical knowledge.
And by the way, the cannon is still going off. That is going to remain an environmental hazard.
2 turrets. I love it.
Yeah, you set up a second turret. Okay. After that, we go to, because we were in the middle of Jackie's turn. Sorry, Jackie.
That's okay. Hey, that is totally okay. Yeah. Okay. So I just want to check in with the rest of the team, and I want to say, so the whole thing of the briefcase having to be taken to a completely separate base that we own after we take this base, even though our mission is to take this base, we all think that's dumb, right? Like we just want to take the base with the briefcase in it, correct?
I would agree, except the only thing that could happen is if we focus too hard on taking the base before we find the briefcase, they might get it out of here. Like if we don't look for it, they might take it out of here.
That's a good point. Okay, I am going to try to move a little bit like to the other side of the workshop, like keeping my back to the wall here, just moving to that center area for the last little bit of my turn, just to keep towards the area that I'm pretty sure never has people in it.
Yes. Okay. So you're like basically using all these buildings as cover because you're like, no one would be here. No one ever goes here. No one ever voluntarily does work. Cool. Yeah, you're positioned in the middle, ready to go. You use your veteran ability. We go to Bubbles.
All right. I like the idea that maybe I sort of like come in just like I specifically I just DM cleric and or DM sort of just like private chat over voice with cleric, and I'm like, do you want to maybe check out different or maybe think about some options for where that briefcase is going to be while they're really distracted, because I feel like the two of us can kind of work together on that while everybody else is dealing with the human being side of things.
So yeah, I mean, okay, if I was going to be this briefcase, the first thing that I remember that our absolutely lovely commanding officer said is they were really kind of wondering why there was a briefcase in a weapons lab. So it's definitely a weapon, right? Like whatever's in that briefcase. So my biggest guess is that it's going to be in the weapons lab directly. But I'm going to try to check out the command center first, just in case they are so lazy at their job that everyone has forgotten about the briefcase.
That sounds like the best option to me. And I'm just like very casually clicking the elevator door button at the bottom and watching the elevator come down. Yeah. And as I step on, there's some nice like little elevator jingle, and then the explosions are happening over the music. And I'm just streaming, and I'm starting to plug my brand. I'm starting to talk about all the different flavor packs I'm uploading. Guys, you got to get these downloaded. You got to keep up. You know, I got 10 new flavors a week. You're going to love them. These are fantastic. And in the background, just...
And then to add to the Sonic thing, an advertisement starts playing out of the elevator. New committee brand gum. Spire gum. Get your bet. It clearly like picked up on the audio it was hearing and started playing like a tailored, personalized advertisement for you.
Rose.
Oh my gosh.
The greatest minds the Six have to offer. It's gum. It's not actually called Spire gum. It's just called gum.
Just gum. And then I start making a post to counteract that. So little counter propaganda there for I start saying like, yo, doesn't NC fashion sucks, yo, and I post a picture of the hat to everybody's screen in the faction.
A live picture, a selfie that I took where I'm like,
yeah, it's you.
Okay, so you make your way into the workshop. What are you doing from here? You've still got to roll if you want to try something risky. So you wanted to check out the command center, or did you want to make your way towards the weapons lab?
So elevator doors open in the workshop. Nobody's in there.
Nobody home.
Just the tools haven't been used in weeks.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna just like tactically, I'm gonna stick on the same wall that Cleric was on, and I'm gonna sort of go up right behind her and sort of double tap on the shoulder and just let her know that I'm met back up with her.
I know because I'm like such an ultra serious character, I want to look like into your stream in a way that's just really awkward now that I recognize you, that everyone's like, what is happening? I'm just like,
you're like hyper aware of the camera. So you have that awkward moment, and then do you have anything you want to try and do? You want to try and make your way like across to the weapons lab? Do you want to go to the sync point? Do you want to try and get into the command center? If you go across, you'll probably have to roll because you want to be not spotted, and you like know that there are people over here.
Right.
But you can go ahead.
Let's try to cross that gap across the comm tower and maybe into or around the command center for a little bit of visual cover.
Okay, so show me like your route. Show me what you're trying to do. Right click and.
Oh, do I hold
Oh,
right
no,
click
you,
to?
you can just move your eye. Yeah, that works
Okay,
too.
so I'm trying to go. I'm probably just going to try to shoot straight into the entrance and sort of sit in the doorway for cover.
Okay, so you get there. It is locked. Want to blow your way in, hack your way in, physically lockpick your way in? What's your vibe? Or you just give it up?
I'm actually going to roll. Yeah, I'm going to roll with it. Pretend that I meant to do that, and sort of like flip my body across the door, across the wall, all the way around to the back side.
The idea of like a streamer where you can probably mostly see like kind of their vision or something is like like opening a doorknob and it's not opening and then going just perfect, just what I thought. Wanted to show y'all that that's locked.
Some of y'all been asking what a locked door looks like. I just wanted to show you.
Yeah, I thought I saw that in chat. That's what it looks like, man. You're welcome.
Now stop asking.
Yeah, come on. Stop spamming, man.
So we come back around to the top of the order. I'm gonna check my end of round steps just to make sure I don't miss anything. Which is okay. So that movement happens, which means, cleric, you are going to spot. Where is? There it is. Running out of the armory, down towards the weapons lab, seemingly towards the visitor's garage. You spot, let me give you a good description of what they look like. They're running across. They all have like huge, bulky armor, so they're probably like rolling an assault style loadout, with like skull face masks on. Like all of them have like big white painted skulls over the blue, or no, beige painted skulls over the blue helmets. And they have the like shield up, so they're moving pretty slowly, like that nano mesh shield. And usually what that looks like is like a hex pattern over their bodies, like a bunch of little hexagons, glowing faction colors. And usually it's blue, but in this case they have a beige glow, and it looks like much thicker than most of them do. Like you don't know necessarily who these guys are, but they have been given like the top of the line gear. Like they are fully decked out in the beige. This shield looks incredibly intense. They seem really serious about it. So like, you know that you're probably like in for shit engaging these guys. But they disappear into the weapons lab, clearly moving towards the distraction.
I continue to flip through my book frantically, obviously not finding these guys in it, and then immediately just close the book and go, some kind of heavies.
Nice.
Thank you for the information, cleric.
That's what I call tactics.
I'm the tactics officer.
And then the other thing that you see is specifically Tommy, because you went down under the command center like that. Oh wait, no, there's a wall in the way. Well, that's okay. Player knowledge. You don't see shit. So no one initiated emergency derezz, no one holds any sync points, no glitching items on the ground, and oh, 2 NPCs died this round. So the 2 bodies that were squished against the wall, you see like the blood poof off. Oh, I guess we said no blood. Oops. I'll skip that. But anyway, the door sinks a little bit as like their bodies disappear from behind the door. It had been like leaning against their bodies on the wall, and it's just like, and you see like some nano dust like spread, and you know that those 2 have likely disappeared back into one of these tanks.
Does anybody rush into our room at all from outside of it, or we're still good right now?
Not yet. You're still good.
Just us and the gun that we turned on.
Let's see. Actually, no. You know what? I'm gonna count that because you've got an action prepared to like. Are you meleeing them? Was that the goal?
Yeah. At this point, I want to grab them to use them as a shield against the randomly firing gun. But yes.
Fucking-lutely. Okay, so yes, they do come running in, which means your ready to action goes off. So you're trying to grab them and use them as a shield against the firing gun. Give me. It doesn't matter. It's not etiquette, and everything else is zero.
Yeah, it's all gonna be zeros, so I'm good.
I mean, this is a
Um,
military interaction. I mean, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Right. Like I'm doing
Be a
very
flashback to boot camp. We see this being
conversation can
drilled
also
several
be
times.
physical. Yeah.
The most polite way
Um,
to grapple an opponent is.
Right.
You're the
Well,
one that wrote combat mechanics as conversation, okay?
that's so important. And I'm really glad you brought that up, Zeta, because I
Yeah.
didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, exactly.
But I did roll a 4, so it again doesn't matter.
I do want to check. You're rolling 2 dice every single time, right? Is that
I got double 2s. Got double 2s this
Yeah,
time.
2 dice all the way down.
It's all 4s over here.
You're just picking them up and just putting them back down.
Right. Well, listen, I'm a distraction. This is like I'm just doing my job. I'm making a big mess over here.
Mhm.
Everybody
Keep it
keeps interacting with the thing that one shot kills, which just makes it so funny. So you, with your wire hands, try and grab this person who comes running in, forgetting that you have wire hands.
Little
And-
noodles.
Exactly. But like they see that you are like trying when you give up on grabbing, you try and like push them in the like line, and they realize what you're trying to do. So they just grab you and spin you instead, and they use you as the human shield for this cannon.
It's going really good.
And take 7 damage. Though wait a second, AOE. I almost on a failure, and it's AOE, meaning it hits other people.
Are we talking about the gun, the like gun that's running? I think whatever you were gonna forget, you can forget.
No, I love the look of realization on this guy's face as an AOE hits both.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You block. Here's what it's gonna do. It's gonna hit 2 different things, which is it is gonna take out. Oh, go ahead. Say that.
No, go ahead.
It is gonna hit that person, and just the both of you go anyway because it's too funny not to. But they're the only ones who ran through the door so far, so it doesn't hit anyone else. And it hits the sun. It hits the panther. So 7 minus the 6 armor only deals 1. So your panther is down to 11. So luckily you scratched the paint on this very nice panther.
Well,
How
now
does
that
feel
I
if you're
know
plugged
that,
in?
well, retroactively I was protecting the Panthers, so I think I should reroll.
Just an officer.
No, I'm re-resing, I guess, right away.
Yes, that will be your next turn. So you've gotten yourself blown up. You did blow up one of them, and then
Which is its own way a failure.
Failure on
Because
its own.
we were trying not to kill them.
Oh, that
Yeah.
is a failure. That is an
Yeah,
excellent
but
point.
actually tracks.
We're doing really good.
In your defense, our weapons haven't killed anybody.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I don't think that
This
is
could
turn-
just be
This is not
this
a
could just be
TK.
happening. This could just be
Their,
a
their
dropped
own
cigarette.
garage door, their own car. It's we've done.
They're all just
almost
our sock
nothing.
puppets.
We just showed up. Yeah,
Oh my god.
that's
Yeah.
where the name comes
exactly.
from.
Also, I just got called out. Chase in chat saying /nanos 500. Thanks for the tip, man. The idea that they tip you in nanos, and I have the /nanos command in chat. But anyway, your auto turret also shoots at them as they come in. It happens at roughly the
Yeah.
same step, so I'm going to say fuck it. And that happens. What's your auto turret's damage?
I believe it is worst of 2d6. Yep.
Yep, roll 2d6.
Okay. 1.
1.
That's
Hey,
good.
you're supposed to distract them without
Yay!
killing them. You're the first to achieve that objective.
The turret is the first.
It
to
just
achieve
it
that.
just shoots the ashen pile on the ground.
Okay.
Which I want to point out hurts as much as me taking my knuckle blades out.
I think the way that those must work is like something in your whole body is
Yeah.
moving to get them out of there. It's
My
every
Those are,
whole
those are coming from the
skeleton
spinal cord,
yeah.
straight out the hand.
It's the only way.
When those were invented, that your spine was the only bone strong enough to hold them. Now what? You've all got strong bones. All of your bones are enforced.
Half of you have a bone slurry.
Hey, that's one of my flavors in the new pack dropping next week. Bone slurry.
Bone slurry.
Okay, so 1 point of shield damage as the auto turret hits another person who comes running in, and they're like, "Oh, fuck, man, what?" It like hits their shield, and they're just very annoyed. They've got the attention of the auto turret, and 2 people follow behind. And oh, the hat. You had the hat in your hand.
Hat in
and
hand.
like you get exploded, and the hat gets knocked into the air again, a little singed. And as someone comes in, they pick it, they catch it out of the air, and they put it on their head, and it's slightly too big and keeps falling over, but they are like ecstatic, and they look at the other people there and go, "Get that turret." They like immediately give an order after putting the hat on. They seem to have decided they're in charge now. Next up, that was the prepared action. It comes to Tony. Tony, you haven't really gotten a full turn yet. I'm so sorry.
I mean, I did a lot for not getting a full turn. Yeah, so these 3 people just came in the door. The turret's firing. We've got the other car firing all over the place. All I'm going to do, while in semi-invisible mode, because we were trying to make it look like there was no one else in the car, is I'm just going to slam the car forward and slam into these 3 people, like pinning them between the wall and the car.
I'd give you grit or precision.
I'll take precision.
Go ahead. We got -2 on the grid.
My goal is also to position the door so that my friends, when they pop back up, can just step out and go down the door.
Back into the
Whenever they
door.
res back in the Panther, that they'll be able to basically step out on the other side of it and go down the hallway. Just from a fictional positioning standpoint. That is a 9.
That is a 9. Partial success. Okay. So I'm going to give you 2 options. Also, just so you know, these are pathways. They're outdoor walking paths, because that's not immediately clear that like all the gray is outdoor walking paths.
Let me look back over again. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yes. So you'd be like lining up. There's a giant tank strapped to the back of your Panther, like a respawn tank that like people pile out of. So you'd just be like positioning the tank so that they like pile out and go through.
Correct.
There are 2 options I'm going to give you. One is that you like are so focused on trying to like get the tank lined up that you give them a lot of time and you don't hit them at all. You just basically line up the Panther to cut them off. They can't get through the door because you've like pushed up against it, but your people respawning would be able to. So you've basically like delayed them. They're gonna have to go around the other door. And you've given safe exit for your friends. Or you really go fast for it. Like you're like, I want to hit them, and if I can get it near the door, great, and you will deal damage. But then the tank will be up against a wall, and they're literally going to have to like squeeze out of the wall because you're just going to ram the back of the thing up against the wall.
I think, man, what does Tony want to do? Slam those guys. I think my character is going to be more about positioning, and so let's go for the position and the inconvenience more so. So.
Yeah, in fact, what I'm going to say is that literally you like park it, nose touching one wall and the thing against the door. They're like trapped in the corner. They will have to climb over you to like get themselves free. You've corralled them. And you like hear them start like banging on the Panther and like trying to mount and climb it. They're like, "Come on, asshole, just kill us. Are you kidding?" Like, this is Sixaura. They're like, "This is just annoying." Yeah, that's your risky action. Is there anything else you want to do? You would have a safe action left, but I don't know.
Is recharging shields a thing that I remember we can do? Is that a risky action?
No, it's safe if you don't have anyone directly on you and there's no one in the vehicle, but
Okay,
you're
yeah. I mean, I would love to reach. Can I recharge the vehicle's shields? Is that a thing?
Panther has no shields. It has normal armor, so you would
Normal
have
armor,
to
so it's a blade of impel. Okay, so cool. Then no, that's it.
Cool. Okay.
What
If
was
you
the
want,
Panther mod that we took?
The
Cloak
radar.
game. Oh, no, radar.
Oh.
You're right. It's radar. Yeah,
Yeah.
radar.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. That would have given you information about them being outside.
Neither did I, but you know what?
I did.
I
I
forgot
just,
to turn
I just
it on.
We didn't need
I
it.
didn't know if it worked through walls or not. I wasn't worried
Yeah.
about it.
Click.
I'll give you this. Oh wait, no, that's not going to be the symbol I'm going to use. What symbol am I going to use?
Is that not just while it's deployed? Is that all the time?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
You see more movement in here than just the number of people who ran in the fancy armor. Because it was 3 people who ran in the fancy armor. There's like 8 people in here, based on your proximity motion sensor.
How?
Nice.
Just out of curiosity, how much? What is the? This is such a war game question. How wide are any of these squares? What's the length on that?
25 meters, I believe. Yes.
Okay.
So basically, you're going to get like this corner of the map with your
Okay.
proximity motion sensor.
Cool.
Okay. In fact, I'll draw a little circle. But yeah, there's your motion sensor approximately. Yeah. Cool. You could change your class with that safe action if you wanted to, since you're in the Panther. But if you're good Force Recon, we'll move on.
No, I think I'm just gonna stay invisible so that they have no idea why this vehicle is doing
Is here and still moving. Great. Next up is Seda.
Yeah, so I'm spawning into the Panther.
Yes.
And definitely like grumbling about how guns used to be built differently. It used to be, you know, when everything was made a little bit more honestly, when things were just like made to last, you had the right to repair honestly, and you would be able to just swap some wires out and then this wouldn't happen. But now it does, and this is just the world we live in now. When you try to just you take a gun to use it and it just it blows everything up. This is how it is.
I completely agree.
As I'm like gooping out of the whatever nano reassembling.
And do you want to come out in the Panther or like outside in the building the way Tony's positioned it? Because your tank will either put you outside out the back or inside into the vehicle. Tony backed it up so that you could just like come out right here if you wanted.
Yeah, I'll be out. I think that makes sense. And I'm coming back as a assault, not an engineer this time.
Yes, good idea. Cool. So there's a real stack of people here, right? Grunt, you are here. You'll have the engineer token, but we know you're an assault.
Yeah. So we know people are moving in the weapons lab,
Yes.
and that's it. There was no like pings anywhere else particularly.
Not in that circle. And we know these people moved from the armory down into the weapons lab.
Yeah. I think that given that we know there's no one else immediate there, I actually am gonna like try and get to the weapons lab to either continue distracting while the others look around, or with the idea like, hey, maybe they're running there because that's where this cool briefcase is, you know? But I think, yeah, I'm gonna try and make my way in there and maybe I think probably, yeah. Can I get all the way in there?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's one safe action even. What's your plan? Just like go in there and then figure out your plan? Are you going in guns blazing? What's
No, I
the
think my first thing is to I'm trying to think if it's enough. I was thinking about just going in and like immediately putting up my shield to be able to like soak a little bit more fire.
And that's instant, so you can totally do that.
Yeah. I just think that I don't think that will actually I don't think I'll last very long. I don't know. I don't really have a good sense of if that would be helpful.
It would be, and you don't have almost any very few negatives to using your shield. Like there is a little bit, but it's good for a reason. Yeah, you just move a little slower and take -1 precision, and get 2 extra shields.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, can I like hunker down in my shield and just try to be in the way? Like if people are trying to get by, I'm like tripping them and just trying to generally be like big in the way and a nuisance.
So waiting here for them to try to come by and then do that, or just running in and then trying to be in the way in the door? Like, are you showing your face?
Are those 2 hallways or 1
There
hallway?
are 2 sky bridges next to each other, connecting the 2.
Okay. I mean, I can't hold. I don't know. I guess it makes sense for me to just block this,
Cool.
because then they can't go out there. Though,
you
can they
can
just leave out here? I don't know. I can't. Sorry, I'm having trouble parsing the map. I don't really know where is helpful for me to go.
You cover both of the bridges from here. I could even say if you're in this door, you can cover both bridges and there if you're just waiting to shoot anybody who comes through. You can cover like all 3 of those exits.
I don't want to kill them though, right?
I think with these heavies, you can probably
Is
throw
that
yourself
okay?
at them. Yeah, there's so many people.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, anybody who's near me, I'm trying to just get in the way of, and anybody who goes out there, I would like to shoot with a gun.
Cool. I will remind you, if your goal was distraction, I completely forgot to say, you do have lagging. You do have the ability to turn on not being hit for 2 turns.
Oh,
That's yeah, that sounds like the move here.
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's cool.
Yeah, so let me know if that's what you want to do.
Sure.
For a different one. Cool. But for now, you're ready.
But that does mean that I can't shoot.
Yes, but
the
you could
other
occupy
people.
you could occupy their attention.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, all right.
Cool. But is what you're doing for now just readying up to shoot anybody who comes through, like we were originally saying, or are you changing?
No, I think I'm doing what I originally said, which is just trying to like be in the way.
Oh yes, totally.
Yeah.
Cool. That means we go to after Seda is freeze.
So I'm gonna re-res in here and then kind of like take stock of the situation, and I turn and look at problems and say, "Oh, you pinned them? Awesome."
Lucky.
And then I want to look. So I know that I got feed, like recap feed of the one putting the hat on. Is he pinned in such a way that I could just go like nab it?
Roll precision for me. Yeah.
Okay.
I just feel like window rolls down a little bit.
Wire fingers.
Yeah,
like that.
exactly. I love rolling. I think the window rolling down is a very funny thing. Yeah. So we roll down the window, and I'm just like reaching at him, going like, "Let me get back." Well, this time it was a 3 and a 1. So.
Oh my god.
Oh,
So,
golly.
but let me look. +1 on all rolls the turn after you're revived. So that gets me to 5. And then
5.
well, then also I'm using my hands for something else, so I do get a -1. So that does take me back to 4.
Yep, like I said, you forgot you had noodle hands again, and like you touch the hat and have no way to like really make a good grab, and they see your hand poking out of the window, and I promise you this is something that's in their inventory, and it is perfect. You see, so your hand goes through the window and you grope and you get nothing, and then you see a hand come in the window and drop a frag grenade inside the panther with the open window.
Oh.
Kaboom! That's 5 damage, everybody.
I have not survived a single turn of this game. That's great. That's great. Can I take a safe action on this turn as well? Like, even if it's something that I theoretically could do while I was derezzed as well, could I do that? Well, I was thinking about activating my connected ability.
I will especially give that to you because you said it's with a computer, and the idea
Right.
is this like weird nano limbo. You like mind meld with this like computer at command that you know.
Yes. Oh, my ability just disappeared. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. So I basically want to call the computer that I know.
Yes. And what 2 pieces of information or objectives are you asking about?
Yeah. So I think the energy of this call is very like, "Hey, babe." But I just want to put that out there with this computer. But I think the objectives, I have 2. This is like the second one is changing now because of the situation that I'm in. The first one is I have been thinking since we learned about the briefcase. I've been curious about what's in it, and that sounds like a very clear, like classified piece of intel that I might be able to get. So I am interested in like discovering whether or not opening the briefcase actually would be cool and good for us, or if it really would actually be very bad. And then my other thing now is I would like a piece of information that can set me up to look cool, because so far I've made a big mess. So I'm looking blank at any piece of intel that'll help set me up to do something that everybody doesn't expect and will be really happy with.
That roll plus etiquette.
Okay, here we go. 4, don't fail me now. Oh, okay, I got an 8.
8. That's with your +2.
Yes, so 6 + 2.
Cool. Partial success. On a partial success, they get cold feet and only dig up intel on one objective. You choose
No,
which.
come on.
Do you want to know the briefcase, or do you want to know how to look cool?
I think I have to go with the briefcase. I'm plucky. I'm not too sad yet.
Greetings, Sergeant Major Wallace, call sign freeze. It is nice to hear from you, Sergeant Major Wallace, call sign freeze.
I mean, you don't have to use that tone.
I apologize, Sergeant Major Wallace, call sign freeze. What tone would you like?
Oh, look, it's not important. I have to re-res like in a second anyway, so like I don't have time to download a new voice module for you or anything.
I'm sad to hear that our time together will be short, Sergeant Major Wallace, call sign freeze.
Yeah, me too. I'm hoping that this mission goes well and I get some off time. You know, I can come visit.
What information did you need, Sergeant Major Wallace, call sign freeze?
Okay, well, I know that you told me not to ask anymore for you to look at information that I don't have clearance for. However, this time it's really important. I actually am hoping that you could let me know something about this like weird briefcase we're supposed to find. They didn't give us any information.
Ask for the look cool thing too, because you do ask.
Oh yeah, yes, yeah. And also, I'm kind of having a really tough time over here, and everybody like they're not saying it, but they're sort of kind of making fun of me in their heads. So I'm like,
oh, chat is grilling you. Trust me.
Emojis.
I'm sure that nobody else has noticed but me, but things are not going super good. And I am just hoping that maybe you have some ideas for something else here that's like secret or cool or like fun that I could like find and do, or like like a stunt, some kind of secret objective I could fulfill, that kind of thing.
My protocols do not provide evaluation criteria for cool, unable to provide relevant information.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sergeant Major Wallace, call sign freeze. I believe that you are cool.
Hey, I appreciate that. You don't even know what it means and you still know. That's nice. That's nice. You're putting in the work. I can see it.
I appreciate that, Sergeant Major Wallace, call sign freeze. I will go retrieve the illegal information.
Nice.
Illegal information retrieved. It appears that the briefcase contains an important piece of military intelligence. Specifically, it appears to be punch card reports of the plan for recovering items stolen and taken to Positronics Weapons Lab. It provides all tactically relevant information, authorization codes, and other necessary military assets for recovery missions to Positronics Weapons Lab.
It's a MacGuffin? It's the eternal MacGuffin? I love this.
This is so like
Specifically, it is the plans, it is the tactical plans for doing exactly what your mission is. But they're being stolen, so they don't have them.
There's a shifting in the nanite stream of just like a gentle groan, and it's like I can't even make that into something that makes me look cool. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for your time. I really hope that I get to see you again soon. And at this rate, I'm gonna lose my rank anyway with all these deaths. So maybe I'll have a lot of extra time.
I would love that, Sergeant Major Wallace. This has been a great 4 nanoseconds. You're all in like weird computer limbo. Like that was like literally instant.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I don't think I'm going to tell anybody about the briefcase. I don't think I'm going to let anyone know how lame it is.
Great.
Okay. So from there we go. You're dead, and we go on to Jackie, Eric.
So okay, now and how much was I aware of my rivals' failings over the past while?
I think you know all of it. All of it.
Do I know that you? I know that you said you didn't share what was in the briefcase, but do I know that you asked about it, or was that all in your kind of nano head?
I mean, that's up to Jess. I would consider that for me. I was hoping that was like a little secret so that I could then look cool with a secret. But yeah.
I think it's a little secret then. Yeah.
Okay. In that case, then I am going to, given the situation, I'm still very much focused on that there is a new unit that I just do not recognize. I am panicking about that. I am still flipping through my books. I am just, it's got to be in here. They couldn't have updated this game at all. And during that time, I am going to jetpack into the locked door with my metal skin and see if I can I will accidentally try to bust it open by just in a panic jetting into this door.
Okay. God, roll grit. There's no question. Roll grit.
Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, that's an 11.
Yo, okay. What you do is grit it out. It's not that you do this skillfully, like it is an accident, but you have metal skin. Like you just jetpack, you're still like looking at them, trying to like see if you can make out an insignia on their like thing. As you hit shoulder first on the door and slam crack right on through. And you come like careening in, and hey, now it is perfect because the command center is wall-to-wall monitors, all of which are just looking at the weapons lab where the scientists are working. So you have like wall-to-wall sight on this squad who is bothering you. And you see like in that building or in the lab, all of these scientists holding up these like punch cards, like looking at them in the light, trying to feed them into their computers. Like there is an open briefcase and a bunch of punch cards. And they're like trying to make sense. You see them like some of them have like red strings on the wall, like with cards into the wall through holes, and like just five scientists.
There is a brief moment because I obviously did not technically mean to come in here, but I see it. Like I make eye contact with the briefcase. I piece it all together, and in this really awkward moment, I just hold up my carbine and I just go.
Wait. No, to be clear, this is all happening in the weapons lab.
Oh, it's
You
in the
see it- you
weapons
see it on a
lab.
monitor, yeah.
Oh.
It's like wall-to-wall surveillance monitors in the command center.
I thought the scientists had them. And wait, are the scientists in the command center? They're in the weapons lab as well.
They're in the weapons lab as well. That's the other motion that you've been seeing that you didn't know who it was. It's like a big group of scientists all trying to handle these cards.
No one hangs out in the command center is one of the things you established earlier.
Okay. Very, very cool. Okay, so then I just
surveillance, but they aren't.
I immediately just kind of feed that to everybody, and I let everybody know where they are. I guess I did all of my actions at this point because that was like all that. But I actually no, that was a risky action. So I'll take my final move and just try to get onto this wall near the armory to get like close to getting this briefcase.
Cool. Yeah, on the ground behind the armory.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So you bang through immediately. Like, there's the objective, and like jet right back out, running over behind the armory. You receive a call. We go to Tommy, I believe, is next. Let me check. And perfect timing. You get a call from Lieutenant Colonel Werwen. Let's see. So calling Bubbles. Does not call you Bubbles. Greetings, Commander. Why did you not answer the phone last time?
Yo, Werwen, what's up?
Oh wait, you have the love trait. It doesn't make superior officers love you, but it does make them be more sympathetic with you. So I think it's like, I understand that you are usually quite busy with your stream, and I know that that takes a lot out of you. However, I would appreciate if you would pick up the phone.
All right, yeah, no, I feel you. That definitely makes sense. I'll try to tell them to chill out a little bit when I'm on the phone with you.
I appreciate that. As an empath myself, I very much appreciate the understanding. Now,
Hi.
I am calling you with further instructions from command. They have noticed that you have observed the contents of the briefcase. Do not read the punch cards. Do not attempt to interpret the punch cards. Do not make meaning of the punch cards. Do not insert the punch cards into any reading apparatus. Do you understand?
Got it. Loud and clear.
I am saying this for your own sake as much as anyone's, Bubbles. Do not read the punch cards. Do not show them to your stream. You would not want to get your stream banned.
Got it. Don't show the punch cards to the stream, and I won't read them.
End of the call. What you doing?
All right.
Wow, those sound really important.
Yeah, those are some important punch cards. And now we know they're punch cards as well, so we know the contents of the briefcase. Oh, I really want to know what those punch cards are, man. I'm deciding whether to link up with Cleric or since chat. I'm gonna retcon your mistake into chat was trying to troll me and say that they saw some people running to the reassembly tanks. So that was my like, oh, what was that? I am deciding whether to check those reassembly tanks for chat or link up with Cleric to actually try to do something on this mission.
If you aren't sure, you can always roll left. Evens one way, odds the other.
Wait, what'd you say? Oh yeah.
You can always roll.
All right, I'm gonna go evens to the reassembly tank and odds to the armory. So I have gotten even. I got a 6.
So which tank are you checking out? This one?
I'm gonna go to that. Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna go to that first gap right here. Actually, I'm gonna go the other way. No, I'm gonna go to this gap here. And around this corner.
As you turn the corner, you see a pack of jet troopers. Specifically, they are in like dinged up, lightweight armor and jetpacks that look like they have been like bent and cracked a million times, like incredibly dinged up. Yeah, and they're like full on move, like it's been 10 seconds since we got the call. We got to get faster. Let's go. You haven't seen these guys yet, and they are hustling. What do you do when you come around the corner?
So I can hear them. I haven't seen them yet.
You see them.
I can see them.
You
Okay, I
them
see their
just as they're like exiting the reassembly tanks, like through the sync shield, and they're like signaling everyone to keep going and like get in the air. What do you do?
Gotcha. So, okay. Honestly, there's a big group of them. I'm right next to a wall. I'm going to do in one move and see if I can get away with it. I'm going to try to go back behind cover. And as I'm going behind cover, I'm going to lob my C4 back over, like overhanded back over my head behind myself and try to see if I can land it in the group and just blow it up, even like midair.
It'll be separate actions, so you won't be able to blow it until next time, but you can try and stick it to one of them and then blow it next
So
time.
I'm going to try to throw it so it just sticks to one of them.
Okay. Give me 2d6 plus precision.
All right, 2d6 plus precision is 8.
8. Partial success. Okay. In order to get the one of two things. In order to get the throw off, you have to stay there. You know that like you'll never make that throw accurately enough. You can stick it to them, but you like have to be right in front of them.
Right there. Okay.
And in fact, you will take half damage as they hit you. Or you can go around the corner, stay undiscovered, toss the C4, but it does not attach. So based on what happens, you might get limited damage or no damage at all. Depends on if they move or not. You can, before they see you, you can get back around and toss some C4, but it's not going to be like on them. It's just going to be sort of on the ground near them. Or you can get it on them and take half damage.
I'm going to get it on them and take half damage. I'm going to take risk.
Okay, so I'm going to roll the damage, see how much. You're lucky. That's 2 points. So like you come around the corner, you see them being go, 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 go. And you're like, fuck. And just like underhand toss some C4 and it hits one of their jetpacks. They don't even notice like the C4, but because they're so focused on you. And so like you fully have C4 on one of their jetpacks, but they just then turn towards you and start blasting with carbines and you try and make it back around the corner. So you're like using it for cover enough that it's only like glancing, but you take 2 damage, draining your shields.
Gotcha.
What the fuck? I thought they were on the other side of the base. Hey, what the fuck? What gives? What the fuck? They're all like very indignant. Like, where are we getting our fucking intel?
You don't have any intel, you dripless, swagless fascists. Look at your dinged up jetpacks or dinged up helmets. Come on.
Chat helmet reacting. Oh my god.
Helmet reacts coming through.
Classic bubbles. Absolutely. Get him. Like just like full on chat going sicko about it. Oh, actually, it's not helmet reacts. It's C4 reacts. It's like
there you go.
Yeah.
Like hand over mouth. Like I have a secret reacts. Like
And
just
then it's like
C4.
the hat with the explosion next to it. They're like, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Also, I just have to say in chat, we got a donate 500 nanos bubbles. I will donate 4,500 more if you show punch cards. So you got punch cards
There we go.
I like how you have your actual chat in stream chat
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, that's great.
It's really good. It's a good meta mechanic.
Okay, so that is end of the order. Unengaged NPCs move. They don't know that there's anyone there yet, so they are going to come through. And Bubbles, you are going to see the people who respawn. The ones who were over here, you recognize a couple of the same people, 2 of them moving here. I'm going to label that for myself. Just 2 of them over there. But then Grunt, so you're just trying to get in their way. Give me a 2d6 roll to be a nuisance while taking as little damage as possible.
I mean, I'm immune to damage, right?
Oh, I forgot that you activated lagging. Yes. Okay. So they move and they come on out and they see you in the door and then they see you not in the door. And so they start moving again and then they see you in the door again and they stop and you play like red light, green light essentially for a second until they're like, oh, you're fucked up in that weird way that sometimes people get on this planet. but like that, only one of them really makes that recognition. The other ones just start like raising their guns and shooting, and like every time you flit slightly to a different place, so you just see like them like playing swat the fly with you, and they're basically just shooting up their own lab. Like they've within 10 seconds they empty an entire like light machine gun clip trying to shoot you, and you just keep blinking back and forth. Cool. And yeah, you stop them right there. Next up, let's see, anybody who died. How many people died over here? I really wasn't doing good.
Well, you blew up the inside of the tank, so me and Problems maybe both did.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
yes.
it doesn't particularly matter narratively. Like thinking back, I was just going to exit the car anyways. Is it okay if I use my safe action to have gone out the back of the car last turn?
Sure, though it's also equivalent to popping out of the back of the car at the beginning of your
Yeah,
turn.
narratively we end up in the same spot. I just haven't actually died. I just watched an explosion go off behind me after I got out.
Sure, absolutely. You just got yourself blown up.
That makes me feel better. I didn't want to bring you with me.
That's the only reason I did it. Really was just to spare your feelings. And so,
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, I guess you didn't kill any enemies over here, and you didn't kill any over here. Nobody died. So yeah, everyone stays where they are. And
we got a raid going on from from Little Lich Boy. Thanks for joining us. We're playing Planet Fist, a narrative tactical war game based on Fist by Jess, who's running it for us. Welcome.
thank you. Welcome, folks from Lich. So, top of the round, we go to Tony, who has piled out on the opposite side of where these guys are trapped into the corner.
Yeah, I'm I'm literally just going down. I'm leaving. Like that's the plan. I'm not sticking around with any of those turrets. I'm moving towards where the action is. As we come around, is there a ladder on like up to the? If I wanted to get up to the top of these nano tanks, how would I go about doing
Absolutely.
that? All right, cool. Then that is where I am headed.
Okay, so you climb up on a nanotank, and
Yep.
what are you trying to do from there?
Right now I am just these guys are out on these folks are out on the sky bridge, right?
Yes, these guys.
I'm gonna use my my scanning binoculars on them.
Okay.
Which happens. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Scanning binoculars, just so the audience knows. Scan a single squad as a safe action to learn their HP, shields, armor, and items. Next attack by self or ally against scanned squad gets +1 bonus.
I will clarify one thing, and then we're just going to do this. So the scanning binoculars, they're listed on the spreadsheet because they are an advancement. They are something you can take when you level up.
Oh, well then don't worry about
But
that. I'm going to look at them through my scope and just check out these guys and be looking at them. That's fine. I don't care.
if you wanted to, I was going to say, since you didn't understand, we could say you don't have access to the base one, which is the proximity. It's all side grades. But no, you just want to look through your scope?
Yeah, I just watch them through my scope.
Okay, cool. So yes, you see them trying to shoot Grunt and getting very, very frustrated and like starting to some of them literally scream just fight like an actual normal soldier. What the fuck?
And I also guess because I did this last time and I really should not be, I should be playing this like I play a shooter. There's zero reason just to look at my scope. I'm going to shoot one of these guys. I don't think there's any, there's zero reason to take it in at this point in time. So yeah, I'm just going to pop a shot off at one of these guys.
Has anybody fired a shot yet?
No, this is it.
This is the first bullet being fired.
I fired a lot of shots. I think you'll find that I
There are-
caused a lot of shots to be
Many-
fired.
That's true. You
Many
caused
times have been fired.
shots.
Many people have died because of the things that you did.
Yeah, there have been many deaths on this battlefield, and I think we should celebrate that.
To be clear, for those who just raided, Grunt went ahead and rigged was trying to rig a vehicle to maybe explode as a distraction, and accidentally made its turret just start spinning everywhere and shooting everywhere, and immediately blew themselves up. And then later, Caleb's character Freeze tried to use a human shield, and then got flipped around, and that person used them as a shield, and then they both died to the same cannon.
I'm feeling good about surviving this turn. I'm feeling good about it for once.
This is
That
your
might be
turn.
good time.
Hey,
Maybe good time and a
Fourth time's the charm.
half. It
It
really
keeps
is.
coming up.
That's true.
Has died and reassembled 4 times. To be clear, everyone in this game is clone soldiers made of nanites, made of like nanobots. And Tony,
Yeah.
roll 2d6 plus precision.
Cool. That's a 10.
10 are like a complete success too. Roll damage.
And my damage is with this weapon 1d6 plus 2. So that is 6 damage.
6. Two things. I'm going to tell you what happens, and also I want to remind everyone, because we haven't used any yet. People do have war die. War die can be used to add 1d6 to your roll or take an extra action. And you can use one on your own roll or on other people's rolls. We have 3 people have 2 war die. So just remember that tool is available. It can use anything you roll, you can add war die to. But okay, 1d6 plus, or you said it was 6 damage? 4 plus 2?
It is 6 damage. Yeah, and that is actually an excellent point also too about war die, because Grunt is the person who I am pocketing as well, which means I think I get a war die bonus.
Yes. Plus 2 on any war die in support of
in support of them specifically. Okay, cool.
yes.
So that's when I roll. That's when I choose to roll one of my war die in place of one of their bad rolls. Is that correct?
As in to add to their roll, because war die just add. Anytime you
okay,
add
cool.
to Grunt's rolls. That said, you also get a +1 on all rolls in support of your squad mates' goals. So I would say trying to kill people shooting at Grunt, you would get a +1 on the roll, but you already had a success.
Right.
So you're good. You roll 6 damage, which if you take that 6 damage, you're going to see it bury itself in that like beige hex glowing shield. And like the bullet, you hit a headshot. Your aim was perfect. And it hits it and digs, and like you see it literally slowing down as it moves through the shield. And the bullet just hovers there in the middle of the hex. You have nearly busted their shield. You see like it thins out as it goes to like try and repel this bullet. So there's like almost no shield anywhere else on their body. The hex pattern is gone, but the bullet is just held there by like a cluster of hexes.
Cool.
You have almost entirely depleted their shield. And they clearly have very fancy shit. Okay. Next up after Tony is Seda.
Yeah. Well, I'm still lagging.
Yes.
Actually, how does that work with the delayed? Am I going to be lagging this turn and next turn? This round and next round?
You can end it at any time if you want. You can be lagging next round. Yeah, we'll say you can be lagging through the end of next round anyway, if you would like.
Oh, I can end it?
Yes. Did I take that out of the description? I thought so.
Are you able to like handle stuff while you're lagging? Because it makes me wonder if you could just walk in there and get that brief.
I was wondering that too. I can't deal damage, but can I touch items?
Oh.
You still exist.
Go
Sick.
grab them.
Yeah.
It's not accurate enough to deal damage, but you can totally just go in there and grab the punch cards.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
Cool. So like there's these people trying to shoot you, just trying to get you out of the way. And then you start to move towards the lab and they start to be like, we've got to stop them. We've got to stop them. And they're realizing like they're shooting in the air. They're like very nearly shooting each other as you just walk through them, but like glitching back and forth as they try and form a human line.
I'm like grumbling.
Classic princess Vanellope move. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just really like grumbling to myself still about like nobody knows how to deal like tactically with these things anymore. Like it's pathetic, you know. That the people I used to fight like before your time would have had me on the ground already. Like this is I just can't. It's just I mean, I guess it's nice to know it's not just my faction that's having these problems.
Yeah, lag used to be a disadvantage.
I'm throwing a coat over my router, IRL.
Throwing a coat over the router at VA command to get the troops to lag. And then, so you head inside, and the scientists all turn and look at you, just like, what the fuck? And you can see one of them like takes out like a data pad and starts like tapping, furiously taking notes as you like blink across the room in different locations. And like one of them even asks, "What's happening to you?"
You never seen this before? I swear. What training do they give you? Is it any?
No,
Name
they
one.
downloaded something into my head. They like put a computer interface inside me and downloaded information into me.
Of course they did. It's all computers in heads. It's just, no one's reading a book. Nobody's having a book read to them. Nobody's out on the field getting shot repeatedly to see what it feels like before they actually go and get shot by the enemy. It's absurd.
I don't like getting shot.
You should. It's important. It's what it's all about. That's why we're here. You should learn to like it.
They are very weirded out by you, but they obviously can't do anything to stop you. You grab those punch cards.
Yeah.
Cool. Are you loading them up in the briefcase? Are you trying to do anything with them? It's your safe action to move in here and grab the punch cards, but if you want to do anything with them, you're welcome to.
I don't have any particular aims on them.
Cool.
Yeah. I think I'm just loading them into the briefcase.
Okay. You can even start moving the briefcase back if you want. Like it was one action.
Yeah.
You're basically there. Where do you want to? You can
That's
go
so
like,
good.
somewhat of
Yeah.
distance if you want to just stroll out with the briefcase.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll head out this door to sort of get into the, like, get into the fresh air a little bit earlier.
Totally, absolutely. Okay. You're back over there. What I'm gonna have you do is roll a flat 2d6 roll. Just to I'm gonna find out if they're gonna follow you. These guys, since we didn't have a roll your turn. So yeah, whenever you get a chance, say that, just a flat 2d6.
6.
6. Okay. So they do come following you. They're like, "You can't just ignore us. What are you doing?" like just
Waving a hand dismissively.
and they try and shoot the hand, and then the hand disappears. When you wave, it's like here, and then here, and then here, and then here. There's no wave motion. Just appears, and they follow you out. So they are now standing next to you, still very frustrated. And we go around to after Seta's freeze.
My first thing, gonna try a tactic here. I'm gonna ping directly to Cleric and say, "Oh wow, you're falling behind."
I want to take like a little thing, and it's like I make my like little opticals look directly at the point, and I go, "Am I the only one that cares about taking the point?" And I'm clearly like about to jump there.
Oh, you forgot?
And I get really like I tense up, but then I look at you, I kind of like, or I kind of look at your general direction and go, "Oh, you."
I'm just saying we agreed beforehand that whoever died more times was winning. And so far it looks like I'm doing way better. So I just thought I'd remind you in case, you forgot.
We never agreed on this.
That's weird. We like definitely did. But I mean that's fine.
And I'm just like I'm now at this point like fuming to the point where I'm definitely going to accidentally shoot my jetpack off in a completely wrong direction on my turn.
So then while I'm doing that, I do actually still, I know this is cursed. Oh yeah, what did you want to say something?
Yes, just that I think Seta has to go.
Yeah.
If I can give you a final character moment, Seta, I like to imagine you just lag out. Okay. Yeah, if you just like need to, I was just gonna say
Go ahead. Yeah.
you lag out of the universe. Like you're flashing. You manage to put the briefcase over to Tony by like exiting here, right? Like put it on top of the nano tank, and then you lag, and you never come back.
The ultimate sacrifice.
Rip.
No.
They're all just wondering where Grunt went. They've never just completely disappeared before.
Oh my
Never
God,
experienced a
that's-
crash.
Bubbles sheds a single tear.
F's in chat, etc.
Yeah, F's in chat, you guys. F's in chat.
Have a good
Say
night,
it.
Theta.
Thank you so much
Thanks for
making
playing,
Bye.
everybody. Bye.
And then I think I am going to try and once again get the hat. I'm feeling pretty good about its powers. And I want to say now, the last 2 times that I've done something, my failure has resulted in damage to the car. So I would argue that success at this is directly protecting the car from my failures. So I think I could re-roll a roll in this one if I needed to.
Explain to me how your character thinks that getting this hat is protecting the car, and I'll give it to you.
Yeah, well, okay, because I'll tell you what he thinks is going to happen right now. He thinks that if he can get this hat on, based on the way that they reacted to it, he might be able to just like walk out and take the point. Like that is what it's starting to feel like might be possible because they have started taking orders immediately. It has not been derezzing. It appears to be what holds the power. So the ability to
It's the conch. It's
to just walk out there
bridge.
and walk straight to the bridge and take the point is like a very appealing possibility right now.
Great, you have a reroll available to you.
Okay, let's see.
It'll allow you to order them away from this.
And
thing.
these rerolls, I reroll the whole thing, right?
Reroll the whole thing if you need to.
Okay, yeah.
But you can decide after.
Yeah, let's see. So I got a 6. I'm guessing it's not etiquette. So because
Yeah,
I'm just trying to get the hat
decisions.
off again. I got a 6, which would be I'm gonna reroll.
Yes.
I'm gonna reroll, and I have a war die, which let me add. Is that the truth?
Oh yeah,
Is
you
that
could just
what
add flat 1d6. You could also take the 6, you'd be at 5, and then you could
Yeah.
add 1d6, or you can reroll first.
Well, I took the reroll. That gave me a 7. I'm gonna go ahead and roll. I want this to go well, and we're getting close to the end, so war die time. Can you do more than one war die on the same roll, or just one?
One per person. Other people can spend more.
Okay, and I got a 6.
You got a
Nice.
6. That takes you to a 13.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So
I
you
think that's my first
derezz-
6 of the game.
you derezz and reassemble inside. You just basically walk out into your old body, like disassembling into a cloud. And you're
Really
like,
good.
fuck this. Lower the window. And like this time, I think you lower it so that you're suddenly face to face. Like you lower the window and suddenly the two of you are looking at each other. And you're just like, you just fully knock the cap off. And
Yeah,
like,
disco ball in one hand. Look over here.
Yeah, it's like a little prestidigitation look at the hand, and then you don't try and grab the hat. You just knock it like by the front off and spill it into the panther and put the window up. It's just like a fully slapstick, like window down,
Yep.
face to face, oh, window up.
All right, and then I'm gonna slap it on.
Okay. Anything else you want to try? You have a safe action left, so
Yeah,
if
I'm
there-
gonna start walking out. I'm gonna immediately leave the car and start heading this way. I can probably get like right here, right? And then I am now like I'm looking out for anybody to start looking at me because I'm immediately gonna try to yell an order at them. But I'm heading toward the bridge. I'm like, let's see what happens.
Excellent. Okay. Next up, I think that's because you've already rolled also this turn. Like I'm going to call that there, and that's what's like what you're in the process of. Going from freeze to who was next? Yes, Claire, go ahead.
Yes. So I am like I went from being absolutely fearful to just seething right now. Like because
chat's loading the hat really quick. Just our chat is loading.
Okay,
the hat.
good.
oh nice.
Again, you're seething.
Work mode
Yeah.
activated.
and so you've officially gone outside, so I can because you're heading towards the bridge, so I can immediately see you. So the thing I do, and I'm just mumbling to myself, we'll see who dies the most. And I jetpack here. I jetpack here, and I'm going to ready an action to do my feared trait because I'm so not in the mood. for anybody that comes out that I'm going to stare daggers at the first enemy that comes out here. I am just to make them force derezz. I am just not in the mood.
You could do these ones right now, or you can ready it for anyone who approaches you specifically. Like they can see you, so you could use the fear trait now. But if you'd rather ready, you can also do that.
I'm gonna wait just because I feel like at this point, like anybody that's actually coming up to me and not in the throes of everybody else doing things, because there's there's everybody there is doing things and they're already set up. That seems like a waste of a thing right now. So I'm just gonna sit here and guard the point and start capturing it.
Great. Okay. And yeah, we're actually gonna start capturing the point. And then let's see. After you is Bubbles.
All right.
You want to blow that C4?
Yeah. So do I have any idea where those jet troopers are going? Or are they sort of stationary still?
They are just starting to like try and fly up and over, and they haven't noticed the C4 in the pack. They're all still in one cloud.
Okay.
If you blow it now,
I'm definitely blowing that C4 right now.
roll 1d6.
All right, 1d6 is 2.
That's a total of 1d6 plus 5, 7 damage. The jet troopers are now everywhere, is where they're going. They're going here and here and here and here and here, as are their jetpacks, in a sort of shower of jet trooper. They do in fact rain from above, but it's little bits of like wireframe things as they like. The farther they roll, the more like nano dust like sloughs off of them until there's just like nothing left, and it's just like a trail of dust where there was pieces of jet trooper. You took out all of them, all 4.
Right.
Yeah, they go. They're like, ignore this. We just got to get over to that. We got to blow that vehicle. We got to get rid of that vehicle. Like, get that panther. Boom. Gone. Teach them to ignore you. Chat is like C4 reacting all over the place. Ignore bubbles at your own peril. And that was a safe action. Like, it was on there. All you had to do was hit the detonator. Like, you can still do something risky.
Okay. Yeah, because I was thinking like trying to get to point, but we've got our newly spawned in guys at the workshop. Our two guys at the workshop.
Those were the 2 who were in here who died and came back. You recognized them from like the visual footage.
Right.
You want to kill them again?
I kind of want to kill them again. I think I'm gonna roll up on this corner, and from
you kind of use your movement, so you're sort of stuck.
Okay.
Like blowing it up like that. Use your safe action. So like,
gotcha.
if you want to blow it and still do that, you just need to turn and shoot real fast.
Yeah, then I'm flipping around and I'm just shooting straight from here across.
Cool. 2d6. 2d6 plus precision for a long shot like this, I think.
Okay, so +1, 2d6 is 4.
Does anyone want to war die this, or do you want to take the 4?
I also have a war die if no one wants to spend it. I have 2.
Yeah.
I wish I could have given you Plucky at any point, but I've died at every failure roll, so I've never been able to pass it on.
I'm so sorry you never got revived either.
Well, it's because I'm the reviver.
Oh no!
That's right. I'm gonna add a war die, and I'm like kind of crossing my fingers that it's bad.
You don't have to add the war die. You can take the failure. It's interesting.
It was another 2, so I got 5 total now.
It's going really good.
That's what happens.
There we go. A 1, a 2, and a 2.
It wanted you to fail this time.
It did.
So they're gonna shoot you. Let me look at what their ability is. Yes. Cool. Oh, but that's if they have the hat. They don't have the hat. Okay. So
my strategy pays off.
however, base damage is still oh, are you an assault right now?
I am an assault right now.
Did you have your shield up?
Oh,
to
I've
do
had
it.
my shield up. I've had my
Yes,
shield up the
I
whole
thought
time.
that you would probably assume that planetside player.
Right
that you are.
before shooting.
Yes. 4 damage, which would normally kill you, but instead takes out like your hexagons. Like you turn and shoot. You're still riding the high of blowing them with that C4. You're more celebrating for chat than you are shooting. And you're like watching chat like stream in all of these like compliments and
Oh,
C4.
it's covering everything.
Yes,
That's the
your
only
eyes are
thing I
covered
can
in
see.
C4 emoji. And so you just spray wide, and that gets their attention, and they point their assault rifles at you, and they light you up, and it just hits your same hex shield, and all the bullets stop. And finally, it breaks through the shield. All the bullets drop on the ground. Then it breaks your personal regular shield. And just as you start to get like bruised, that is like they all have to start reloading. So like you eat one entire volley of the 2 assault rifles, and then you've got broken shields, and they have to reload.
Nice.
So yeah, you take 4 damage, go to 0 shields, 2 health. Looping or end of the round, yeah. So end around steps. Unengaged NPCs. No, you pretty much engaged everybody at this point. Anyone emergency derezz? No. Sync points. Here we go. We can finally start the clock. I have a feeling we're not going to capture the facility. We might go a little faster now. I'm starting a clock right here, a little countdown clock that I've drawn, our very own pizza tracker, and marking off 1 because you are syncing the facility. As you're standing next to it, your nanos start assimilating the sync point, which causes it. That sync point was like, it's got like a Garfield poster on it right now. But except what the Garfield poster says is Mondays aren't really that bad, which is the motivational poster there. And Garfield starts getting like little circuit board starts growing out of Garfield's and text just become like wavers and starts to become circuits. And you can even see some of the circuit boards start to spread from the bottom of the sync point and across the bridge a little bit as you began assimilating this base. And from there, you get another call from Colonel Werwin. Attention, Sock Puppet Squad. Attention, Sock Puppet Squad. Who picks up?
Oh, I'm on that. I answer it right before the first ring even stops. I'm on it. Hello.
I have some unfortunate news, which I am sorry to share with you, Bubbles. And I'm
This is why I don't pick up the phone.
the rest of your team. I apologize. I will try to be more considerate to you and only you in the future. I will call your squad mates with the bad news. But the news, regardless, is that VA Command has heard a report that that the new committee has authorized the deployment of 2 exosuits in your direction. These mechanized armor will be quite difficult and likely lethal to your squad mates.
Are we connected to this call at all, or is it just you?
Yeah, sure, you're all hearing it.
Yeah.
It's being streamed at the very least. So if you're watching,
Okay, well that actually is bad news, and that does make me feel kind of bad.
and the commander's like clearly listening. He's like, "Oh, excellent. I've been waiting for this all day." According to the intelligence, they will be dropped via Osprey aerial transport directly on the sync point in approximately 10 seconds.
I immediately interrupt and say, "We'll see who dies the most."
Oh, so good.
And then the new committee got rights to Jim Davis's estate.
Oh
I'm
no.
gonna think of that garage fight every time there's a garage fight in PlanetSide now. I love that chat. Anyway, yeah, so at the end of next round, an osprey is going to arrive and drop in some exosuits. And they specifically say like they detected your intrusion into the sync point and deployed an osprey carrying exosuits. The reasoning. And then did any NPCs die this round? The rest of the end of the round steps. The answer is yes, they did. So 1 second, let me undo that. Bubbles, you see them fully just come back right inside that building. Like a Sixaura soldier. You blew them up. You did stop them from going to attack your comrades, and they just appear directly inside the building. You just killed them exiting.
Spawn camping.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chat is giving you a little bit of shit for actually no. Some VA have showed up in chat and they're like, "Oh, Bubbles spawn camping again. Are you kidding?"
All for the KD.
Shit. And your mods are like trying to ban all the like VA people, but, like they're making sock puppets. Like if you do that, we can too. And let's see. Anybody else die this turn? No. Good. Okay. Come back around. First up is Tony.
The I want to move back a little bit, and I'm just gonna like just away from the edge where that squad is passing down below, and I just want to scan the sky for this incoming osprey and hold my action.
You want to ready an action to shoot the osprey as it comes in? Cool. Yeah, absolutely. So you try and like hunker down behind like a little protrusion in the nanotank, still on top of it, but like getting up, and you are ready to shoot the osprey as soon as it comes in. It is an armored target, but luckily sniper rifle is pretty high damage. You might ding it up pretty good. Let's see. We have one assault, right? So the rocket launcher is going to be your best bet, probably.
Yep, I was already planning on it.
Or a vehicle weapon. One of your Sunderer turrets or Panther turrets. And then, so Tony readies an action. Second is freeze. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a high risk, high reward maneuver in mind. So this right here is next to Tony. That's an actual squad of people, right?
The ones with the really thick armor.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and test my theory like real directly.
Okay.
And I'm going to step out in front of them, like make my way across there, step out in front of them, and say, stand down. I have the hat. Stand down.
Roll etiquette.
Okay.
Finally.
Right. Finally an etiquette roll for me. For me specifically. A gift. I got an 8.
Eight. Partial success. Are you keeping that?
Yes, I'm gonna keep it because I want to save my war die for part 2 of
Wait,
this.
what did you roll?
8.
I rolled a 6 and I got 2 plus 2, so I got an 8 total. So if someone else has a war die, I want to save one because part 2 of this plan is even more important. So part 1 is if I can get even in here.
Since we lost my original pocket, can I shift pocket?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna shift pocket to freeze, and I'm gonna use a war die.
Great.
Which was a 6, so that's another 8, so that's 16.
Nice.
16.
Oh. Yes.
So, like they're like, I have the hat. And you, if you don't mind me taking your character for a second, you can tell me if you're
I think you get him.
Oh, no, in this case, I meant curse, being like,
oh yeah.
Oh my god, he has the hat. He has the hat. Like you are like playing up how important that is, Tony, as your like war die roll, right? Is like you snap to a salute.
Who could have the hat? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I pop up over the edge.
That's right. I got the hat.
And here's what happens on a 16. They look at you like you're fucking, they're wearing like skull mask, but like, you know, like in a sort of in animation when like they manage to be expressive through objects and helmets and stuff like that. You just are clearly getting the sense of like they're completely baffled by you and the fact that you think that this is going to work. And then from across the bridge, they hear you. The two over here from the original squad, including the one who was originally wearing the hat, look across and they're like, is that the brevet captain? Did they promote someone from the VA? Can they do that? Can you give a field promotion to the enemy? Does that make them? Are they still the enemy? What's your name?
The only name you need to know is Sergeant Major. So,
Brevet Sergeant Major, at your service. And they like salute, and then the other two, the other four, sorry, who are standing there with the armor, like ready up to shoot you. They're like, "What the fuck is this?" And those two shoot the group, the armored group. They shoot the assaults. So I'm gonna roll
Yes.
like, you can't shoot the brevet sergeant major. They're an officer. And they roll a 1. However, it hits the same guy who took the sniper shot previously.
yeah, the bullets there.
And busts the shield. Like the hexes shatter, and you see like particle dust go everywhere. And like it hits, it like bruises their side, and they like, oh, hey, what the fuck? Hey, what the fuck? Do you have any clue how expensive that shield is? The actuaries only give me one of those like per month.
I told you to stand down.
Okay.
I don't know if I can do this on the same turn because I think it's also risky, but I will say that the next thing I would want to do is call across to the people that definitely believe me and ask them to radio the ship and tell them to stand down. That's my goal.
That would definitely be risky, but that'll be a next turn.
Yeah,
thing.
that's my goal.
Which might shift based on what happens this round. But cool. That was an incredible turn. Cleric.
Okay. So let's see here. So everybody's already kind of taken care of the ship. I don't want to mess with it necessarily. The EMP, I know, rules as written, does mention that like it's mostly just used for shields and deployables, but does it in any way affect other electronics at all?
So EMP is only available as an advancement. That's something
that's
when you like level up.
Oh, I see. Frag and then I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm so used to
that's
starting
default.
at 3rd level that I just
Yeah.
assumed I had all the advancements, and so
Yeah. Got it. Okay, I understand. Okay. Okay, that's totally fine. In that case, then, I think it is actually worth it to take that squad that everyone's kind of having issues with and still try to do my feared roll at them. And I'm just like I'm looking around. I'm getting really mad at all this stuff. I'm looking for any sort of comfort here, and I see this cyber Garfield, and I just immediately stare at these other people and just scream, "I hate Mondays!" And I look at him right in the eye, and I get a 9. It's not so bad on grit.
Partial success, and that means I choose which member of the enemy squad. Whereas on a 10, you would have chosen a member of the enemy squad who will flee from you and initiate an emergency derezz to reassemble outward. So they know you. They look at you and you say that I hate Mondays. And they're like, wait a second, is that Florence Sebastian? Oh shit, they've been doing this since before we were made. Oh my god. And our allies are turning on us? Are you kidding? My shield is down? This is the guy with no shield who's like, absolutely not. fuck this, and just like tosses his LMG aside and like literally just starts like walking off, like muttering like, Florence fucking Sebastian is here and they think I'm gonna tolerate this? Absolutely not. Absolutely goddamn not. And like you see a wireframe start flashing on him, which you know means an emergency derezz. He is voluntarily derezzing. Get rid of the LMG was just for show, and is going to disappear and get somewhere. He's like, I am leaving. I am not coming. You all can deal with this, but I am fucking out of here. And then poof, into nanos.
God, these fucking noobs, right?
Great. That is the one with no shield now gone. Not just dead, but gone. Not at the facility. Okay. And let me strike through that on my list. And we go to Bubbles.
Right. Do we have eyes on the Osprey coming in? Or is that that's not here yet?
You could ready up something on it. It's like it's supposed to enter visual range by the end of this round.
Okay.
I would say you can see it in the far distance where it would be difficult to hit yet, but
Okay, so it's just barely over the horizon. Which direction is it?
Coming in really, really fast. Like you
Okay.
think it will reach by the end of this round.
Okay,
It's coming in from the west.
coming in from the west. Yeah.
I'm realizing you can't see what I'm dragging around at all. There you go.
There we go. Okay, cool. Coming in from the west. All right. Let me get a lay of the land. Tony has the briefcase.
Yeah.
Freeze is still commanding those two
Yes.
clerics on point. I think I'm. Would it be safe or risky since the two that squad of two is like completely befuddled and has the wool put over their eyes? Can I just walk right past them?
Yeah, you're safe to move. I wouldn't
Okay,
say
cool.
that they're allies, but they are otherwise occupied at this moment.
Okay, cool. I'm walking right by them. I'm gonna meet up with cleric on point and get ready for that drop.
Cool.
Nice.
Get your rocket launcher ready to hit the Osprey.
Yep.
Great. Perfect.
And I'm actually going. I'm gonna try to make my. I'm trying to do my ask left, and I'm gonna dare if this is possible. I guess for the next move, and you can decide whether or not you take this dare. I'm gonna dare you to strap yourself with C4. Just as a failsafe in case my rocket doesn't work and they do successfully drop on point, and see if you have the guts to win your competition against your rival.
Yeah, I literally
Blow yourself up.
put my face really awkwardly into your chat, like it's coming from like the weird side of it, and I just go, like, "We'll see who dies the most."
Right.
And yeah, I strapped to my chest.
Huge W's in chat. Huge C4 emotes.
God. Okay. So yep, you've got the C4 strapped, you've got the rocket ready. Is that the end of the round?
Yeah, that's probably. I guess that's like my risky. That's my risky move. I'm gonna take it there.
And let's see, unengaged NPCs. Yes, you see the jet troopers come over the top on the command center. You see them pointing in the direction of the visitors garage. Then emergency derezz goes off, but I kind of already did that. Faction sync points. You do, in fact, take another tick off of it. We might finish it in time for midnight.
I think we got it.
Whoops, and the second one.
I think we
And-
got it.
Yeah, we got it.
Garfield starts spilling. Out of the mouth of Garfield comes more circuit board and like circuit things that are like trailing down like a waterfall from Garfield's mouth directly onto the ground. And those ones start spreading out farther. They're now like moving over the base. They're covering the walking paths. They're climbing up the buildings. You see the like blue and beige. The blue starts darkening towards black, and the beige starts like taking on a greenish hue as like this base progresses further and further towards becoming Velian. And with that, did any NPC die this round? Someone emergency derezz, but I don't think anyone died.
I don't think we had any deaths.
Yeah.
Nope.
No NPC derezzes, which means NPC insertions happen. In comes the Osprey, this like big, bulky transport vehicle coming in as fast as it can. And Tony and Bubbles both give me a 2d6 roll. I'm going to say plus precision.
2d6 plus precision.
Hitting a moving flying target seems like precision to
Right.
me.
No? You get those 2 6s?
I did.
Nice. All right.
Wow.
It's sad because I only got a 6 and a 5 plus 1.
Right.
Let's fucking go, Sock Puppet Squad.
25? What is that? 25?
Oh, they're two separate rolls, separate
Two
attacks.
separate
each
rolls,
have
okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Very high. Tony, roll your damage first. 1d6 plus 2.
8.
Oh, no.
Nice. Oh my
Okay,
gosh.
okay.
Max damage. Okay, so Tony, you like line up that shot, see the Osprey coming in. You're looking right for the pilot. You know you have a sniper rifle. You don't have a chance of getting through that armor. You're looking for the pilot. Smack on the glass. It's typically bulletproof glass, but like you hit the right angle, the right position. You shatter the windshield. And so just out of game because of how this is going to go, I'm going to say with 7 armor, you dealt 4 damage, taking it from 7 to 3 HP. More than half destroyed. You shatter the glass and you see like warning flashes going off as like air is rushing through. And then Tommy, roll your damage for fun. 2d6 minus 1.
2d6
You got
minus
it. You got double
1.
Stuff's happening, but I just want to see what your damage is.
Got an 8. A 3 and a 6 minus 1, 8.
8. Okay. So, you put the rocket inside the blown out windshield. Like Tony blows
hell
out
yeah.
the windshield, and you see that, and you're like, "That's my chance." Pilot gone. Thing wreck. It is hurtling towards the bridge, and like the exosuits are trying to bail. And one of them bails early and just slams into the ground on the gorge and like crunch. Like they were not meant to drop that distance or at that speed. And like one of the exosuits just fully, like it's this big hulking metal frame with like exposed like pneumatics and stuff like that, and these big shotguns on their arms, and it is actually what it is now is like a little ball that rolls along the ground and crunches up more, like becoming more droidica-like as it rolls, but unable to unroll.
Oh no.
And the other one does manage to come down next to you. So you have fully, by taking it out early, destroyed one of those exosuits, but the other one waits a little bit longer, and you now have a hulking exosuit. Poof. Actually right in between the two of you. But the other one's still rolling down the gorge. In fact, like I'm going to say there's a little lean to the gorge, so it's just like tumbleweeding all the way out of the facility. And we pop back around to Tony. 1 round to finish holding this thing.
So the exoskeleton. I mean, I just shot a plane out of the sky, so I mean, I don't know why I'm interrogating the fiction this much. Is this like an exosuit, like the person is exposed, or is this like they are enclosed inside of a giant mech?
It is. Think like it gives them an extra 2 feet of height, like a foot on the bottom and a foot on the top, and you can see their body shape, but it is like armored.
Okay.
So it's kind of like the ones where you are in the center and it's a recognizable human shape, but it is it is like you have heavy armor plating over all of
Sure.
you.
I
And so
was
it's not like a
very ready to
cockpit.
spend my war die just to blow that thing out of the sky, and then I didn't have to. So we're gonna shoot. We're gonna shoot at my friend who just dropped in.
Absolutely.
And that is only 6. So we're gonna use the war die,
Yep.
which will take it to 11.
11. Yeah, nice war die rolls. And so on an 11, roll damage.
That's it's 8.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
They are, in fact, wielding Maddox. Coleman in chat is asking dual Maddox in your face. What you gonna do? A Maddox is a weapon of the exosuit equivalent in planet side. Maxes they're called. And just for Coleman's sake, I called them scatter cannons in this. So it is pretty much intended to be those. And so yeah, you deal 8 damage minus their armor. You blow like a hit in their like shoulder joint, and like you aimed perfectly. You've seen these before. You knew what you were doing. You blow the machine connections between their like chest and their left side, and it just goes limp. Like the left side of their mech suit just like drops and goes limp and is clearly dead weight. You have taken out approximately half of this mech suit.
You got the rest of this.
Halfway there. Okay, do you want to do anything with your safe action? Do you want to move? You've got the briefcase now. You're the one with the briefcase now.
I mean, I like the position I'm in. I don't especially feel a need to get down near other people and not just stop shooting people from above. So I'm good.
Great. Okay.
I reached down and grabbed the hat. I'm just kidding.
Stockpot clutch, max terminated, triple kill, rocket primary. God, I love this. Okay. Let's see. Next up we have freeze, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, my previous plan isn't really necessary now. We blew up the ship. It's all good. I'm feeling pretty chill, honestly. But I guess the main thing we need to do is clear off this point before the end of the round. So I'm going to make my way over to the bridge and just do a straightforward shot with my assault rifle on the mech suit.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's the point control has to do with the total number of people on the point,
That's true.
correct?
You do
So it's
outnumber
probably
as long
worth
as-
moving on to the point fully.
Great.
Oh,
But yeah, then
for sure.
I'll be on the point. I'm there.
Yeah, you're running up on that right at the danger.
Yeah, and I want to shoot at the one that's already halfway down because there's 2, right? Or is it just the one?
The other one hit the floor and crumpled because so it's only one now on the point.
Okay, so for my assault rifle, do I just roll damage? What do I roll?
2d6 to see if you land it. And that's going to be 2d. All of them are the same for you. I'm going to say
Yeah.
grit running up on the.
Yeah, I've only got etiquette over here. I got a 6, but I'll do my last war die.
Great.
Which should we have to a 9.
Okay, partial success. Roll damage. 1d6 plus 1.
Well, that's a 1, so 2. My rolls are not amazing, but that's fine.
Impressively bad.
It's
Unless
fine.
anyone is spending a war die to help.
It popped
Caleb
up for a
out.
real good moment for me. I got one good turn, and that was worth it.
It was a really good turn, and
It's
your
worth
bad
it.
turns have been very funny.
Yeah, I love it.
So you are like, I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna prove that there's a reason they give me a gun. I'm not just able to talk.
Okay, to be fair, I did say I was doing it very casually, didn't matter. So
Oh, okay.
self-esteem is fine.
Wait, you're using an item. You're using a class item.
Oh,
You
that's
have magic.
true. That's true.
You get +1. That's 10. That's not a partial success. That's a full success.
Hey, okay, yeah, I do get a plus. Yes, I get to
Because-
re-roll once on any attribute roll.
Oh, is it?
That's what it says. Is that different?
Oh, yes, it is. I completely forgot. I changed that. Damn.
Yeah.
Well,
So no, it
we-
doesn't improve it. That's
Never mind.
fine. That's
Never mind.
fine.
You plug into your gun, but it is not enough. You do like get a shot off as you plug the wires into the gun. The thing is, you just hit the armor. You like luckily you're doing it casually and nonchalantly as not to hurt your feelings, but like there's a reason this isn't what you normally do. It's just like ding 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 ding. You do hit the target. And while you're doing that, they don't bother with you. You don't seem to be the threat in this exosuit's eyes. The people who you just ordered to like follow your orders and who did not fall for that are like, you're gonna fucking walk away from us after that? Absolutely fucking not. And they level their LMGs at you.
I'm gonna immediately send a message over to Cleric and be like,
Oh god,
"How's it get another one?" You're down by 4.
So you get blasted with the LMG, and pieces of freeze are now all over the point, like rolling past Cleric. And
I'm holding a piece of you, a broken piece of you as it disappears in my hand, and as it just fades in my hand, I like try to crush it in anger, but even it just loses my grip. It's gone.
No one has ever been pluckier, but once again, there will be no.
But you know what is still there? The hat.
The hat, it tumbles to the ground.
The hat.
That falls.
Oh, that's so true. Maybe I need to modify that trait in an update. It's just so you can really every single time, and it's been deadly.
I die only.
Okay. From there, what was I gonna say? We go to Cleric.
Me. Okay. So now there's 2 people on the point. It's just me and Bubbles, right?
Yeah. And you have C4 strapped to your chest.
Yeah, I have C4 strapped to my chest, but obviously blowing it up right now is gonna make nobody on the point realistically. So what I'm thinking of doing is first of all, I'm seething because I had a one-liner and you died. At this point, I'm almost convinced my character has made up your character because I don't think I've ever seen you. But anyway, but I am going to try to let me know if this is possible. Just use my full force jet into the chest of this nano suit to just push it off the bridge and then set up my C4.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sacrifice.
Roll 2d6 plus grit. Roll 2d6 plus grit.
All right, what do we got? All right, we got a 9.
9, partial success. Do we want to take that? I mean, it's going to do it. A partial success is going to achieve that particular objective, I promise.
I do not. I think this is fine. I don't need help from anybody else if we need to clean up.
Right.
I'd rather just keep it.
Just bam, jetpack, full ignition, right next to them, right into them, slam, and like they've got their scattergun pointed at you. So you are slamming into them with the scattergun pointed into your stomach. And blam, blam, blam. You are going over the edge and just like fully being shot. Like you see the shrapnel like hitting up as they leave the thing through Cleric. I'm gonna roll the damage, but let's see. Yeah, 5 damage, more than enough. I think at least 5. What is it? 6 damage.
Nice.
But the C4 is still on you. And so Bubbles has the detonator. And next up is Bubbles. Do you want to say anything as or before you die, as you take this scattergun to the gut and you know what's coming next? Is there anything your character wants to say?
Yeah, so realizing that this is literally my first death, and I'm doing my best to try to keep up with this, but I just need to find some kind of happiness in victory. I don't say anything, but I look up in the direction of our APC, and I just hold up this.
Good. Good. You are falling through the air with it like shotgun pointed at your stomach, just holding up a 1. Bam.
1.
And like you start to fade away. And the last thing that's gonna derez is your hand.
Yes, and then it's this.
It's that one.
I didn't think you were first holding up an index finger, and you're already derezzing, and the hand still switches. Like the hand still does a swap when it's just the hand. Bumbles, sort of in the middle of all that happening, it hasn't completed yet because the C4 is still attached. What would you like to do with your safe action, Bubbles?
I'd like to detonate that C4.
Great. Okay. Roll 1d6 plus 5.
All right,
What's the
1d6.
AP on a C4. AP is 5. Yeah, no armor.
That's 7.
7. Okay. And we've already shot this one half dead, right? Yes, we did. Okay. So they are tangled up as they fall. They get halfway down, like falling down. You blow, ripped in half. Like fully blow out the core. The pilot like comes flying out, derezzing midair as they fly, like melting off into nanos. But the suit itself, like just 2 separate hunks of metal, slam against either side of the gorge, and like clunk onto the ground before it starts to melt as well. Like you both ejected them from the center of this armored suit and then ripped it in half with that C4 explosion.
Now we got W's in the chat. We got this react in the chat. We got this react in the chat. They're just spamming everything now. We got a sock puppet now. They save those for the best occasions. We got sock puppets getting spammed in. This is a
C4.
big moment. Yeah, big C4 game. Shoot. I mean, now this is the hardest decision I've had to make because Freeze is gone, Cleric is gone. I'm alone on point.
Yeah.
I gotta stay there.
Oh, I'm there with you.
What?
I'm with
Freeze,
you.
you're dead. You're
I'm dead?
Oh,
No, I
you're-
died.
You're gone,
No.
gone.
Well, I'm with you in spirit.
Yeah, you're watching my stream.
Yeah, I'm in the stream right now. I'm half the reacts.
Your shields are down, right?
Yeah.
Your shields are down, right, Tommy?
And my shields are down. I have 2 HP.
You could try to recharge your shields.
That might be my like only option because there's no real offense. I could go for the light assaults, or I could go for the jet troopers, or I could go for the assault troopers. But like, I think that's probably my only option is to recharge my shields.
It'll be risky because they're seeing you, so you're gonna have to like get down and find a place to like hide while they
Right.
recharge.
Right behind Garfield to recharge.
I think that'll be a tactics to find a good place to hide.
Okay, tack, so +1. And is that 1D or 2D?
2d6 plus 1.
2d6 plus 1 is another 13.
Nice.
Double sixes?
Another double 6.
Overshield.
Fuck it. Overshield.
Right.
I could give you overshield. I was also going to give you like a tactical positioning thing, like something along the lines of like realizing you've got like a hunter's blind down there, that little barrier that's there next to it. Do you have a preference for what you want, overshield or positioning?
I think somehow the explosion has shaken loose some of the circuitry that's coming out of Garfield and has somehow slammed into whatever is charging my shield and just powers me up on the point.
Your shield, like you do your heavy shield, and like yours was noticeably less thick than like the special ones that this other squad with the skull masks had. Which, to be clear, that group, their NPC threat name is FPS gods. So that's who you've been up against. So the FPS gods had that like denser shield. As the circuit climbs up your hex shield, you recharge your hex shield and the circuit starts climbing up it, and it is tracing hexagon patterns. And everywhere that it traces, it leaves shield behind it. And so it's like weaving additional shield over top of you until it is as thick as the FPS gods. And now your shield takes you to a total of 8 your extra shielding is 6. So you have just as good of a shield as they do. It actually, like, as it was spreading, it spread under them, analyzed their shields and how they were made, and then basically built that onto you.
Nice.
You adapted their shields technology. We come back around, yeah. Which means here we fucking go. Last one in the sync clock.
Hey,
Captured. Garfield
Got
just
it.
like eyes, the like circuit board eyes light up with like green glow, and bam, the circuit board shoots all the way to the edge of the facility. All of the like motivational posters like shrink and shrivel and become like dangling like pieces of circuit, like almost like wires flapping in the wind, like free, like your hands, just like free wires, like they're now tapestries of wire, essentially loose tapestries of wire. The color inverts, the like concrete. It used to be that the buildings were like concrete and like a vaguely brutalist, and now they are like a smooth, slick metal as like a ripple goes up them and turns them all to like black metal with green circuitry inlaid. You got the facility. The exosuits do as this is otherwise do like clean up, kill everyone else at the facility, etc. But I think given that it is literally midnight, we might go ahead and mostly call it. Does anyone have closing moments they specifically want? I can give you a call from your CO. We're getting pick up the hats in chat. We're getting...
put the hat on. Put the hat on.
Gotta pick up the hat.
There is the hat that got blown off of Freeze. So
it's right next to you. You got it.
Yeah. Is it closer to me or closer to Tony at this point? Did it
No,
roll down?
it's closer
the
to you.
bridge?
I'm not on the bridge. He was running towards you and basically got up on you
Right, the
before you died.
momentum. Yeah. I'm sitting back down. I put it up to a vote to chat. Obviously they said put the hat on. I'm sitting behind my shields just chilling. There's nothing,
2d6 plus grit.
Roll 2d6 plus grit.
How good is the hat?
How good is the hat? And then grit. Oh, I don't have any grit. 6.
War die. I've got one.
6 total. I also have a war die. If we want
Oh,
to
actually, I don't know if I have
war
one. I
die
don't
right
remember
here.
if I do.
Everybody blow your war die. So this is the coolest fucking hat.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many do we have total?
The FPS gods are still watching you, as are the light assaults. Does anyone else have war die? It sounds like no, just Tommy's.
I have one.
Yeah, I think I might have actually used mine. I can't remember, but I think
I think you used both of yours.
You use both. And that's it, right? That's the rest. Okay, so I'm gonna add one more.
5d6.
And it was a 5, so 11.
11. Full
11.
success. What you do is you stand up, over shielded, like still covered in the actively moving circuit patterns. The FPS gods are like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Fuck this. Fuck this. And like lift up and start firing their LMGs at you. And your shield is regenerating as it is taking damage. Like the circuit board is still feeding out of the sync point and up you, and like as it takes damage you see a bunch of the circuit pattern like zoom in on that location and start and you're just fully walking casually and picking up the hat as you continue to soak bullets and drop it over on top of the shield pattern, and it is just like resting.
Yeah, it's like way above my head, sitting on top of the shield.
Exactly. And chat is like fully hat reacts, like everyone is loving it. And you get a call in from Lieutenant Colonel Wenware. Excellent work, Commander. I rarely say this, but I enjoyed your success.
Right, that's the biggest W right there.
I was watching your stream. It was, in fact, Pong.
Oh, let's go.
Yes, play the game.
Wow. Pog indeed.
Yeah, really good. I have one thing I want to do.
Yes,
One
please.
last thing, which is I want to be kind of waiting whenever Cleric re-reses as well.
Yes. The two of you re-res at like the tank. You both come stumbling out of the tank at the same time back in the garage. I'm
Hey,
still holding up the one.
yeah. You did great out there.
Hey, not bad yourself.
I mean, I might have died more times, but I'm gonna pull up the stream and show like chat freaking out and how cool the big explosion was. But I think you died the most.
I immediately swoon for us to potentially get back together when this is all over. Just
And if you don't mind me being a little intrusive, from the little corner where they're still trapped behind the panther, one of the people there yells, "Get a room!"
we got yours.
I'm gonna hit the gas on the car. Just grind him up.
Gone.
Amazing.
Done. Tony, unless you want anything, that's game.
That's great. Let's do our reaction roll. It's a live stream inside of a live stream. It's our chance to sit down with the creator of a game we just played and talk about what it was like to play that game. Today, we were playing Planet Fist, a narrative tactical war game inspired by Fist, but created by Jess Levine. Jess, why don't you tell people a little bit about what Planet Fist is all about?
Yeah. So I think the action speaks for itself mostly. What I actually would love to hear from people in chat is, now do you understand what I mean when I say narrative war game? Do those two words next to each other mean something to you all now? Because my number one vision for this game was one where like you are engaged in combat at all times, and that doesn't mean you're not role playing. Those things get set up as like a negative juxtaposition sometimes, right? Like you have role playing moments and you have combat moments if you're playing, say, the Dragon game. And I wanted something that was not that. With I Have the High Ground, one of my other games, like it's a system where you use fencing mechanics and like maneuvers to simulate verbal combat, like to taunt and banter. And I was like, this would work for actual fencing if we wanted to. I intentionally don't want my players to use this for the actual violence. And it is the reverse in this game, almost. It's like playing with the interaction of like combat in games and narrative and role play, where it's like in that one, the combat is in service of a non-combat thing. And in this one, yeah, you're fighting in order to tell insanely goofy stories. And I hope that comes through.
Yeah.
It does to me.
Yeah,
Good.
I love it.
Awesome. Yeah, Kayla, why don't you pick up there? I know you played before. Why don't you talk a little bit more about your experience, what you thought about Planet Fist? If you got any questions for Jess, toss them out.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I have had a blast both times. I think the thing that has stuck out to me and that I think Jess has gotten to watch me do twice is that having such a fun and like clear but low stakes thing to do in front of you, that it itself is not like giving you a lot of the like emotional pull, and like knowing you have to find that from each other, and like also getting all of this really great character setup up front has like made it so fun to go looking for bits. Like that's just, I just love it. I love the possibility of going to look for bits. The character setup is all super strong. I think and I think what you said about a narrative war game, I think you don't have to worry about that at all. I think even looking at the game for a second makes it obvious what's happening here in a good way. But in terms of questions, I don't really know. I think when are you going to let me use my medical grenade is my question.
You could have tossed a revive grenade at any of the dead bodies at any time. We had some.
Not when I was alive.
Oh yeah, you just this is why you need two medics. This
Right.
squad of spacers runs a squad. We have at least two medics.
You
Always.
have to have two at a
True.
time. That's what I'm learning. Yeah. This is my second time playing a medic person where I never ever was able to save anybody because I always died. But I think it might be maybe my fault. Perhaps. It could be.
When Jeff Stormer play tested recently, and he didn't even go near the enemy. Like he just stayed completely apart and just like gave orders to friendlies and threw revive grenades.
So smart.
Yes.
So smart. I'll try to learn from his example.
I loved your character so much, Caleb. That moment giving the orders and like usually what the hat is used for, the rules is written. The hat is you can throw it down to make them choke, be like, hey, I killed your brevet captain. And I was like, no, the idea that it convinces them to give orders is so much better. I love that. And it does say that they each pick up the hat in turn to become the brevet captain, but I just love the idea it works cross-faction. And that actually goes really well off something else you said of like the game doesn't like mandate the emotional things, and that comes from like characters and like you look at one of the things I actually added this week in like the GM notes on the new layout that was not there before. It's like a little note in the GM section is you might notice the mission is light on like story flavor, right? Like it's all about the mechanic. The pre-written mission document that I provide for the pre-written mission is just like, here's where the enemies are, here's what they're trying to do, here's what their equipment is, here's what the vehicle, like, and I was like, if it's such a narrative game, why is that not in there? And the note explains, because I want that to be player driven. It's not that that isn't the focus. Actually, what this, there's a saying in the OSR, the world that rules alive, rules take care of the things that you don't want to focus on. And I don't know if I'm entirely a rules-aligned person, but what the structure of the mission does is set up the container in which to tell the stories that are driven by the characters that your players create. And so I say, look in your players' backstory. Look at the moments where they're displaying narrative. Play into that. When you all gave me I changed the rules of the hat to support that story you were trying to tell there. Or like the FPS gods, they had a reaction mechanic, like about like hitting you first when you see them, but like say it was already lagging, it was so much more interesting to play into that. And so the design of the mission is just to provide like balanced respawn waves that will keep the fight tense so that your character moments can happen within this tense fight. And I just really liked that came across for you without even reading that note, that just like that was how you felt as a player, because that's what I want the game to be.
Awesome. Chat wants to know, specifically Turgid Bulk wants to know, what's the relation to Fist? Can you talk a little bit about how this kind of grew out of your appreciation of Fist and what some of the overlap is?
Yeah, I'm absolutely happy to. Also, if anyone in chat has questions, I'd love to hear. So I love Fist. The GM notes in Fist are some of the best writing I've ever seen. Fist also changed the way I look at character creation, as far as like in Fist, you can roll up a character in 5 minutes. You like roll traits, like roll D66 twice, and you have a character, and it's fun every time. They're interesting every time. And so I took the Fist system, I took the like traits system, I took the 4 attributes and just changed the names of them and like shifted some of their domains. I took War Die from Fist, like all of the basic structures come from Fist, because but I realized in Fist, your characters are supposed to be fragile. And the way it works in Fist is if your character dies, which can happen very easily in Fist too, you just roll a new character, because it's so easy to make a character. You roll a new character, they get dropped in by like it's a Cold War setting, and so it's usually like they have an airdrop, or they show up on a bus, or they had a spy embedded the whole time, and it turns out that like this person like comes to your aid who was at the base the whole time. But I was like, what if we took that one step farther? I think that would work well for PlanetSide too. Like I had been wanting to make a PlanetSide inspired game for a while, and when I read Fist's insertion mechanics, I was like, duh, PlanetSide. Like you die, you come back, you die, you come back. And that was sort of the core idea. And then I just took all of Fist mechanics and was like, how do I lay a war game on top of this? What does it mean to take this rules light PBTA OSR inspired game, lay a war game on top, but leave the part that is super flexible? And everything in playtesting has been like ironing out that balance of how do I provide all of these like tactical options so it feels like this constant combat is here, and make it so it's still narrative and flexible the way Fist feels. I hope that answers your question.
Awesome. Tommy, how about you? Why don't you tell us a little bit about what it was like for you, and if you have any questions for Jess?
Yeah, I mean, probably not any questions. I mean, I would probably like to know, and this is probably more detailed than than the time that we have to talk about it. So I'll probably talk to you one-on-one or some other time about it, because very interested, especially recently, in just the game design and development process in all forms, and especially with tabletop, just because, you know, play testing is like basically where it has to happen. You can't play the game by yourself, really. You can kind of only roll and see what feels right, but to really see it, you have to let other people play the game, even to just test it. So being the first, you know, part of the first night where you just printed out like a low res JPEG of a planet side map, and we were moving around pieces on a table, to this is like insane to see, one, just how much you've accomplished from then to now. But the insane thing is, like, it's changed so much, but you've kept the heart exactly the same. I had the exact same experience playing this time that I did last time, except everything's more detailed, everything's more fleshed out, and it was super smooth. I mean, there are times when like things need to be referenced that are hard to reach, but that's sort of a digital environment. I imagine if we had everything laying out in front of us, everything's like accessible. So just like props on that side of things. Your development skills are insane. So I definitely like I want to talk to you about those, because that's really cool to see. But like this game specifically, it was really cool to see how, and I could kind of tell like the way that I'm imagining it is like Fist is the sort of world that this is built off of, and then Planet Fist is like this sort of playground foundation that you've given us. But then like the monkey bars that we build, you sort of just like pull it closer when we're trying to reach for something. You're specifically like moving those handholds and footholds for us to like really latch onto, and it makes us feel like grounded in the rest of sort of what exists. It makes us feel like we're part of like, you know, a larger world that sort of actually exists, which is what, you know, the feeling that Fist sort of gives you. So again, even not just staying true to the heart of your version of Fist, but also staying true to like tabletop gaming and Fist itself from my limited experience with it. It just you've kept the core, you've kept the real heart of it. So that's really cool to see.
Thank you. That's really, really kind of you to say. I love your metaphor with like that putting out handholds, because that's really like seeing a player set up a story and being like, how do we work together, like move that along? Exactly what I want. Also, as far as development process, I won't go on too long because of how late it is, but to speak to it a little bit. One, I wrote the first draft of this game 3 months ago, 3.5 months ago. It has been an insane development schedule. I've done like 7 or 8 playtests myself, and like another like 8 to 10 by other people. Shout out to Chase in the chat for GMing like 1 billion times. Thank you so much. But yeah, it's been a kind of grueling schedule. I pulled an all-nighter Wednesday completing the layout so that I could replace or get it out Friday. But what you said about like the heart of it staying the same, so much. I listened to Board Game Design Lab. I think it's the name of the podcast. I never remember because it's a too straightforward a name. And they talk about find the fun and get rid of everything else. Like,
are you talking about Gabe Barrett's podcast? Is that the one you're referring to?
Southern or Midwestern accent.
Yep, that's Gabe. Yeah, Board Game Design Lab.
Board Game Design Lab. And talks about like find the things that are fun and carve away everything else. And like you can only, like you said, you can only do that through playtesting. Is like you have all of these ideas, you put them all down on that podcast. Jamie Stegmaier, you might maybe told me people have heard me tell this story. Jamie Stegmaier, who is the creator of Scythe, a really big board game, Stonemaier Games. Wingspan is published by Stonemaier. Jamie Stegmaier, said game design is playtesting. He, as a kid, would write rules to board games that he made up in his head, but he wouldn't play them. And he's like, as a kid, I thought I'd made a game. As an adult, I realized I had written down an idea. It was not a game until I played it. See what actually happens when people try to use these rules. And that really informs my philosophy. It's why even in a 3-month dev cycle, I try to play test like 20 times. And what play testing is a process is going, there's something in this game that is the game and it is the fun part that works. and I'm going to remove everything else, and then I'm going to add stuff that scaffolds and supports the game that I have discovered in play. And yeah, that has been my process, is looking for that, trimming things off, and then going. The other important thing, people fill in the gaps when you're at the table for something that needs to be in the game, especially in like a GM game, but and also in a conversation game where like players are giving me stuff. Like trinkets happen because someone's like, I wish I had an item, or like I came up with an item that my character just has on there. Might have been from Caleb's game. Like officer assignments, it was originally a trait, but I wanted like everyone to share it, not have to give stuff up. It was just a lot of like, what did we do at the table anyway? Okay, cool. Let's canonize that and make it a rule instead of a thing that is just happening informally, so that everyone who doesn't play like our table plays can get the idea that that is how you can play. Like if it might not have occurred to them otherwise, and be like, how do I support and structure the good ideas that are working at these tables? I notice and just write them down.
Yeah, I think it happened because in the War Poet, that one came with a trinket early, like came with a book. And then we were like, oh, it would be really cool if everybody got one of these to lean a different way. And it was very cool. I was really glad.
Speaking of books, Jackie, why don't you tell people what your experience was with your journal and with your entire experience playing Planet Fist?
So first of all, this being my third time playing Planet Fist, I absolutely love the fact that I'm so used to playing, games that do take place in very combat scenarios and all that stuff, but a lot crunchier games. And I found that in those experiences, you do these kind of basic preset actions, you roll the die, and based off of what you get, you kind of figure out what you really meant by that. In this game, it's like, okay, because it's just a conversation, I'm like, listen, this is what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to jetpack into them. I'm going to set out this C4, right? That's exactly what's going to happen. And I don't worry about that. There's no even if I fail the die roll, I know that it's that story is still happening. There's no saying just no, which happens a lot in games that are just like success or failure, right? That's not really what happens in this. So I absolutely just like, it's almost freeing, but still to live in this tactical world, but to do it through conversation is absolutely just wonderful. I would say if I could throw a question around, because something that I've never really experienced in these playtests, but I see it all over the book, is just things like the rival trait / the lover's trait, the advancements that we keep running into. How long of a campaign would you expect? Like, how many sessions would you expect, say, the same group to want to do that you'd really get like the real meat out of the advancement system in this game?
So that's the thing about doing a 3-month dev cycle for a game jam, is you don't get to do a lot of continuing campaigns. I've done max 2 sessions and only once. So that is a weak point of this game, is I have not really explored the long-term campaign play. I have done 1 session where we evaluated those criteria twice, which was nice and fun. My vision for this game would be that there was something that the new Mothership Warden's Operations Guide has, which is the idea of an Omega session, which is you notice that your campaign is fizzling out. It happens. Scheduling starts to happen more. Like, it's not even a people are deciding. It's like, you can tell we're going to stop playing soon because people start not showing up to session. Like, everyone's been there. And they're like, that's the time to schedule an Omega session. Decide this campaign is ending. I'm going to give a final story, a moment for character send-offs, etc. I want to add Omega session mechanics to Planet Fist that are potentially about like breaking free of your faction, or like the idea I had was like, you get your hands on a virus that can do one of 3 things: make your own nano architecture so that you can start your own thing, or just lay waste to an area so that nanos don't work there anymore, so they can't rebuild facilities of war there, and you get a choice to pursue one of those and like fight as long as you can until because basically if you're no longer working for a faction, you have no one to reassemble you. That's it, right? Like that the game doesn't go on in that way, but I think that's a beautiful way to put an ending to it. Everything in the middle there, I'm very fuzzy on. How long would it want to go on? Do I want to should everything be a base capture, which is like how I have focused, because there's procedural generation mechanics for missions, and you could generate missions like this all day. But like the procedural generation mechanics also say that you can have the briefcase was your secondary objective. You can have that be the primary objective. You don't even need to be capturing a base. Like there's a lot of possibility that I haven't gotten to explore because I have been so focused on being like, this jam deadline is in 3 months. I'm going to make that first session work really well. And then I will figure out everything else later. My hope was the Itch Funder would be really successful, and I would be able to justify spending time on like, what does a long campaign of this look like? Hell, I'll tell this. There's a secret $5,000 question mark stretch goal, and that's basically a Planet Fist remake that is no longer even framed as Planet Fist. It's like really taking this concept and going like, what does it look like fully on its own? I've got lots of ideas for that. I don't think we're going to hit that based on how today is going. But that is my vision of a longer term game, is you play as long as your squad is still having fun doing these goofy mechanics and finds all of these just goofy FPS style base captures like enjoyable because of the stories you're telling within them. And when it starts to feel stale, like hit the bricks. But your characters hit the bricks too, right? Like they go out in style. They take out their faction with them. They bring a bunch of people with them. They do something like to really make their mark before they leave. Is I think my vision.
Amazing. Yeah, absolutely. I really like that.
And then, go ahead, Tony. I was
go
going
ahead.
to say Chad. I was going to say Chad asked the question that I was gonna
Is
answer.
this about the change that you made during playtesting?
Yes. I was asked, what was the most important change I made during playtesting? I pulled up my change log because I did like a live game style change log, and I have 4 pages of changes. It's hard to say. A lot of the core of it did stay the same, and I just added a lot more detail. There is, I should say, growth mechanics, Jackie, that we haven't, that other campaigns have played with that I haven't thought about, because I basically started you later in the game by giving my first session players advancements and assets, which your system can really interact with, which allows you to swap your equipment and to do things like call in vehicles or call in orbital strikes or stuff like that. So that was like added, but I think the most important change would be one of 2 things. One, I decided I just couldn't keep Fist's attribute names. It's really silly and really impactful. Fist's attribute names are forceful, tactical, creative, and reflexive. Grit and forceful, tactics and tactical, etiquette and creative, precision and reflexive, they're not that different, and they also really, really are. In Fist, precision is reflexive is the aim mechanic. If you're aiming, you're rolling reflexive. In Fist, there's a lot more gritty melee combat. There's a lot more like out of combat stuff where you're going to roll creative and tactical. When I played Planet Fist the first time with those stats, the first 2 times, you roll reflexive for like 60% of rolls, 70% of rolls. And all I did was tweak the language. There was a tweet I made today, which is someone, Jay Dragon once called doing belonging outside belonging games editing poetry, because you have like 12 words for a move. And if you say very instead of overwhelmingly, it completely changes the narrative possibilities of the move. I think Powered by the Apocalypse games are prose poetry, because you're a little less like expressing those broad concepts, but still in a Powered by the Apocalypse game, whether you're saying creative or creative or etiquette or precision or reflexive, does my character think that like shooting, like dodging this bullet is reflexive? Yes. Is it precise? Maybe not. And so learning how you like categorize these actions and break them down is in and of itself a really like connotative and powerful thing. The language you use affects how your players and GMs think about it. When I'm asking you what to roll, I'm saying, is the thing you're doing to me, is it tactical or is it you being gritty? And so unlike in a game of like D&D, where like you have a list of 20 skills and you slot it into one of those skills or you can't do it, this is more of a, there is a connotative meaning to these 4 words, and it's important how that falls between the 4, because every action is going to be grouped into those 4. And so I actually think coming up with 4 that better distributed the actions you do in Planet Fist was the most important change I made. Because, and I agonized for days over which 4 words to use, because it was like what is going to make sure that of the actions you take, you're going to do about an equal amount of rolls of each. And we really did do a number of grit rolls, a number of tactics rolls, a number of etiquette, a number of precision today. Like not a perfect balance, but like they all showed up in a way that felt significant. And so yeah, I think that was the most important change.
Yeah. I loved it. I had a blast. It was fun because there was a couple things like I ran Fist for you and Jeff and Tommy 3.5 months ago or whatever. And then you were like, Fist Jam, I'm doing it. Like, you know, and then we're here now, you know, with it. And so it has been an incredible like thing. One of my favorite things was like, I really love to feel like, whether it is true or not, that the curator lives on in the way that you put the NPC like call-ins in the middle to help direct the action, which is 100% cutscenes, a normal thing, but like my NPC, like, you know, control character in the background speaking in the ear, it's such a fun thing to be able to do as a GM, and I loved seeing that come into Planet Fist also too. I feel like for me the biggest, even reading through the game, looking through it, watching the play, for me the only major difference in feel from a mission generation standpoint is like, when do you get to the map, right? Like in Planet Fist, the map can be a primary thing, whereas within Fist itself, it's like, okay, you're gonna figure out kind of the shape of the mission, and then here's a map to go with it also too, kind of as an afterthought, because you're not pursuing kind of the same spatial goals. And so I think it fits in and flows in really well. As somebody who uses the term narrative crawler to describe what like Down We Go does, like it was really exciting for me to see like narrative tactical war game come up, because I think for anybody who's designing across these spaces, right? Like, I think the understanding of like, by saying it's narrative means, are we going to still do the things that you do in a war game? Does distance still matter? Yes. But is it the primary thing we're always worried about? Like, am I going to be like, oh, sorry, 3 feet away, it's right outside the range, like, that's never going to be the question. The question is, does the GM say you can hit that or not? Right. Like, at the end of the day.
Sick.
Right. And so, and yeah, roll to see what happens, right? So, I loved it, and I want to reflect, like, I think it's something that gets lost a lot of the time, like war games and OSR games and games that engage in minimalism. That economy of language really matters in some very specific ways. Also, like, it happens in story games within the context of what are you trying to evoke, but because war games and skirmish games and OSR games all tend to be very language light, you've got to be very precise also too. But fine tuning that mix between precision and like, what do I say and what do I not say is such a huge part of it. And I think you just hit a really great mean in this experience. It is one of those things where like you start to even say like, hey, we can look at the chassis of this and say this is like Planet Fist and this is a great place to start. But it is starting to become its own thing at the same time, because I'm already thinking about what is the season pass version of this? Like, where is my DLC? Like being able to create mission packs and other things like that. The narrative arc is going to look different because the medium that you're trying to emulate looks different. Lumen games, I think, come really close in that narrative arc side, but feel very different and play. I had a blast though. It was really fun to hop in, play a weird, stealthy shoot 'em up character, but I loved the way the different pieces come together, like looking across the different character roll-ups. Sometimes with the Fist character, I'm like, I understand why that stat array ended up there, but it doesn't always feel as one-to-one. Like, these abilities felt very one-to-one, and being able to try to figure out, okay, how did this ability impact the stat array and what does it do? And some of that, I mean, it's a leaner game, right? The new Fist Ultimate Edition is chunky, but it still was very clear to me, even when I was looking at things. Oh, that's why this is this. That's why this is this. That's what, like, which is great from a player logic standpoint to start to get those handholds and be able to like know, here's what my character does and here's how they function, and let's get going. So I had a blast. I can't wait to play again at some point in time. Chat's really very excited also too. But what are your plans for the future besides trying to hit that $5,000 secret stretch goal?
So there's a bunch of stretch goals before that, which includes, like you said, first one is a new mission pack and double the threats, so double the like interesting enemies. You had the Brevet Captain's Fire Team, the Saboteurs, the FPS Gods, and the Exosuits. But I want to double that and a new mission at $1,000. Then I want to do an actual play podcast series that is inspired by the West Marches style campaigns, where I roll up an entire platoon of soldiers ahead of time, just all random dice rolls all the way down. And when someone wants to play in the actual play, they pick a character on that list and play them. And different people, I would want to have as many people as possible. I'm talking like 30 cast members. Whoever can hop into the next one hops in, grab a character from the list, and you're playing on a persistent world map. So you're like moving and capturing facilities around the map with different people and different like squad members all the time. I really want to do it. It would be a huge effort that I can't justify unless this game's making a little more money. But that's the $2,000 version.
That would be so cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It reminds me of like what you were talking about with sort of like end game Omega sessions. Like, how cool would it be to have several Omega sessions happening in succession that slowly change the map into its final state when the campaign is completely over and one whole faction is wiped out? There's a whole new sort of like, you know, anarchistic, non-faction oriented battle happening, and then the game is sort of over in that state. That just sounds so cool.
I love it. Well, I'm excited. I've been excited to get a chance to play with you and with everybody tonight. And it was really, really great. Even when Jess is like, can we add one more player? I was like, I don't know. And then it was Caleb. I was like, I guess that's fine. And so, no, it was really great to play with all you. Jess, what did you want to add in?
Two quick things. One, people said base construction in chat as a possible addition. You can make Planet Fist content. It's CC by BYSA. It's Creative Commons. I would be ecstatic to see people to take this expansion and make expansions for it. Like, if you want to design your own Planet Fist traits, character traits, base construction rules, like what have you, I'll support you. Like, please send me messages. I'll look at your stuff. Like, I only have so much because I have stuff to do, but like, I would be ecstatic to see people make content for this game, make missions, whatever. You can publish it, you can sell it, I will share it. Second, you mentioned, and it's gonna be really short, but you mentioned like economy of words and like the balance between what is too specific versus like what is not enough. That's a really difficult problem. I definitely struggled a lot with it. Seda was invaluable here. I really want to thank them, even though they're not here anymore. They were both editor and design consultant. And actually, the other biggest change, probably, I went to them at some point and said, I have made, like, pretty explicitly, I have made this game so specific through playtesting because I kept running into these edge cases and wanting to be like, okay, we'll throw another tag on that item and another tag on that item until we've like worked out all these cases. But I worry I've gotten away from like what made it fun in the first place of being such a flexible version of a war game. And I was like, I don't know what the right balance is. Can you help me find it? Yeah. And Sid and I worked together, and like C4 having just sticky, it used to have two tags, sticky and timed, and you had to like, there were conditionals for each one and you rolled for both. And it was, they helped me edit down to both the right amount of precision for like how much you need to read and what can be assumed, and then also how much to mechanize and how much to not. So much, like night and day. Just having played Planet Fist and Down We Go with Seda, like I do feel like that's a design space that they just really sing in also too, like that crossover between like, hey, where is this hard specificity line, and then where do we create space and simplicity for this? I think they do a really great job on that. So I'm really glad that you had them on the team, which is another great lesson. Like, you know, you've heard a lot tonight about different things, but like, great games grow out of community. So if you are somebody who's interested in this, hopping in, being a part of this creative community, looking at who and how you share what you're working on with is a huge thing we champion here at +1. If you ever have a Planet Fist expansion you want to come on and play, please let us know. Reach out. We'd love to help feature it. We do have a couple other things coming up. Like I said, in about 11 hours, I'll be back live again, playing Outsourced, a 1E mothership adventure about corporate malfeasance. Very excited to play that with two of the members of the creative team. Marco and Christian are going to be on for that, along with a couple of our other players. On Sunday, not a normal stream day for me, but we are sitting down with Kyle Latino, also known as Map Crow, and doing
prep for a Down We Go, our house OSR system game we're going to be playing on Friday using his new system agnostic resource. It's an art book / bestiary concept.
It's so gorgeous.
It's
The
so
art in that
gorgeous.
is
It's such a
amazing.
good concept. Cloud Courier puts out so many great things. I've been excited about Monstrous since I heard about it last December and we started talking with their team about it. I'm so excited to finally sit down with Kyle and actually do the prep for the session we're going to play. I got to run Down We Go for them a couple of weeks ago, just their team internally. So come back on Sunday for that. And if you want to support us, you go to plus1exp.com. If anything you buy there helps support an independent creator, but it also helps support our streams and content. But especially would love to have you check out the RPG Zine Club, which fingers crossed will be launching on September 8th or 9th. This is a new crowdsourced form of support that lets us invest really heavily in new and emerging creators, helping get their games into the hands of people. So it is a subscription service. We will curate new amazing titles and ship them to you every single month. All the other things and details for more you can find at rpgzine.club. We're really excited about that and really excited to bring you more cool games. So, but if you don't do anything else, head over to ttrpg.link /planetfistgame. Back Planet Fist. And again, one more time, I want to shout out that the Fist Ultra box set is crowdfunding right now also too. So you can check that out as well. Until next time, which again, just in a few hours, go ahead.
Really quick, I just want to say, in the name of supporting all of the other creators in the community, does anyone else here also want to talk about anything they have?
Oh
going
yeah,
on
for sure.
I'm mega sleepy bedtime, but I definitely would love if people go look at Triangle Agency at some point, which you can find by looking it up in various places, especially itch.
Hell yes. I am also mega sleepy bedtime, but I'm expecting in just a few short months for my unfortunately very the opposite of this game, very crunchy game, Crucible of Aether, to hit up Kickstarter and maybe even see some public showing before then. So just keep an eye out.
Yeah.
Tommy?
I'm excited to play that tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Speaking of 11
I don't
hours.
have nothing. I don't have anything. Play their games, buy their games, support them. That's it. And thank you, Tony. This has been a blast.
For
Thank you,
sure.
Jess. This is awesome, and I look forward to doing more stuff like this. Honestly, this is really getting me like jazzed up about this stuff. Is really unique and very special.
Well, I'm keyed. I'm hype. I should be mega sleepy, but I did take a nap right before the stream, so I'm not going to go to bed at all, and I'll be mega sleepy tomorrow instead. Until next time, I forgot to do the bit. Until next time, we don't have a good way to end these streams, so we're just going to wave at the camera until I take us offline. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.